Hey everyone. I'm just looking at my tablet here because I'm looking at the live stream on a tablet, checking it out. Because in the console here on YouTube, it didn't have anything there. Like I said, there was nobody there. But on the tablet, it says yes, there are. Even the live chat is showing almost nothing. Oh, there we go. It started popping up there. There we go. Now it started working. Useless. Okay. YouTube have done a change to the console where we do all the live stream stuff. They changed the layouts and stuff, and I don't like it. Anyway, Wilhelm, how's it going? Recalls. So if you're here watching, say hello in the chat. Yeah, okay, now I'm relaxed about that. It's actually working. I can put the tablet back down. Hit in. Right. Put that back. Okay, it's working. That's good. I was thinking something's gone wrong. You know how things are. I presume we've got audio. I can see that I've got audio on the mix of things, so I'm assuming it's all good. I know you guys would tell me if I didn't. Alright, so how's it all going? Got a couple of things to play around with, and I've been able to get rid of some of my long-standing projects over the Christmas period so far. I've had a couple of weeks off work, which has been good, so I had to try and catch up with some stuff. There's things I haven't got around to doing, which I wanted to do. One of those involves doing some firmware for some devices, which is tedious. So I've been procrastinating on that. So I don't know. I kind of need to do that in the next week. We'll see how that goes. But yeah. Anyway, I've got two things to work on, and we probably do both of them, I expect. But actually, there's other things we can do too, but it's MacBooks, and not everyone likes MacBooks, so I don't know if we'll do those last, maybe. I don't know. So yeah, that's the plan today. Try and work on a couple of things. I've actually got through some stuff which I've been wanting to do for a while, so there's a video which you'll see, I think it's going to be late this week, or might be in the next week, I'm not sure. I'll have to check my scheduling. That Valhalla 2703 AC calibrator, which I've had sitting behind me on the floor here for years, since I've got a Dash-on calibrator. I finally got around to looking at that thing, and it was surprisingly simple. So, yeah, while I was thinking it was going to be a big, intense, bloody repair, it turned out to be nothing. So, and it wasn't really a repair, it's more of a configuration issue. So, you'll see that in the video when that comes out. Did a video about it. I thought it might help someone in case other people get the same issue. Because what happened with that is when I was doing some work on that, I thought I'd recalibrate it, but I didn't actually have a calibration key at the time. And so I was picking the lock and then turning it and so on. And then there's a time I actually turned the thing off without turning the key lock off. And if you do that, it screws up the calibration data, apparently. Anyway, I did that and kind of got it back, but recalibrated all the calibration points. But the calibration point is the only bit that was right. Everything else, it's solid at that point, was completely wrong. And I was thinking I'd screwed up the digital circuitry or something, or done some kind of damage. Anyway, I'll sort that out. Motic Solutions, as again. So that's gonna be a video you'll see at some point. But yeah, it's been quite nice having some time off and trying to just tinker around with bits and pieces here and there and just relaxing a little bit. And yeah, unfortunately, I do have to go back to work because I need to earn the money to buy this equipment to do videos about. So yeah. I've got some more stuff coming. But one more item coming. I was hoping it was going to be here last week, but it didn't arrive. I had two items coming and they basically arrived in the country. Must have been on the same plane because the scans are like 15 minutes apart of everything, right? So it's like customs clearance 15 minutes apart. Like the entry emails or notifications I was getting saying they were going processed. So customs 15 minutes apart. Release of customs 15 minutes apart. Sent out for delivery 15 minutes apart, right? So it's like one was following the other one 15 minutes later, and one device arrived, the other one hasn't. So it's like, oh, really? 15 minutes made 5 days difference. It's going to be 5 days difference because of the New Year stat days and stuff like that. There's no mail, so yeah, it's a bit frustrating that only one of the items turned up when they're only 15 minutes apart off the same plane. This chat is very quiet today. You guys aren't saying very much. Anyway, so yeah, I know it's 40 people watching. So go on, there are 10 of you, say something. Oh dear. Yes, I got the Danger Mouse mug, of course, usual. Got to keep the theme going. So the first thing I want to work on was kind of given to me, kind of. Shoveling snow. Oh, you must be knackered. Jeez, and cold. I've not done that in a long time. Jeez, shoveling snow. That's the last time I did that. That was. I must have been a teenager last time I did snow. Anyway. Yes, the first thing's kind of given to me. You wouldn't have seen it yet. I recorded a video showing it kind of arriving, I suppose, yesterday. So, hey JB, how's it going? And Daryl. And so that I've got to explain the story of that one. I got given a CB to do alignment on, which you would have seen the video on the other day if you watched it, if it interested you. And that had a fault and ended up taking me 5 hours to sort it out. And what the guy actually said to me is he's sending me a Fluke counter as well to work on. He says he wasn't really too worried about getting it back. He said I could keep it if I wanted to, sort of thing. Because he got, I think he got it to try and do the alignment on that radio, and he just didn't work for him. He couldn't do it. And so he said, I could keep the thing really. And I ended up saying to him, well, I didn't want to keep it. It just didn't seem right, And then because I spent so much time doing that radio instead of just an alignment, I said to him, fine, I'll keep the counter and we'll consider that payment for doing the alignment and fixing the thing, And so that was fine. And so I've got this Fluke counter here, which I haven't even powered up yet. The guy reckons it's not working correctly, but I don't know. I haven't powered it up yet. It may be fine. It may not. It may have some kind of weird fault. It may just need recapping. I've got absolutely no idea. Haven't powered it. Anyway, I recorded a video showing it, unpacking it yesterday, basically. So it's going to be a bit of a surprise to most of you because you wouldn't have seen it. Sundown Derbyshire as well. Give you a reason to go back and work on Monday. Yeah, have take a day off. Be fine. Yeah. So anyway, we'll look at that. And then there's another piece of equipment which I think I've shown video. Maybe. Yeah, I've recorded a video showing it arriving, but you guys wouldn't have seen that either yet. So it's going to be another surprise for you. Again, a piece of equipment I haven't tried powering up yet. It may or may not work. Don't know. I've opened up and had a quick look and determined that some of the capacitors, at least one capacitor is definitely gone. Probably another one too. It's bulging just very slightly. It's like, yeah, okay, that needs recapping. For the age, it doesn't surprise me. Usual thing. So we may or may not do that one too. Depends. Well, tends to go the first item, I suppose. donate once. You can do like a super thanks, or you can do super thanks on here, and you also got thanks on the videos as well if you want to do a one-off donation. So much appreciate if you want to do that. You can't find your wallet. You could do potentially buy me a coffee. I've got a buy me a coffee link. I don't think it's in this video actually. I don't think I'll put it on my live stream links. In my other videos, there's a link in there in the video description for buy me a coffee. I think that does PayPal, so you can do it that way maybe. If you want to do it that way, that'd be great. Only one person has used that so far. I haven't had it very long though. I've only had it for, I don't know, maybe a month or so. I think I've had it. Something like that. Maybe 6 weeks, I think I've had it. So only one person has actually used it so far. But yeah, that's an option if you want to do it. Great. But buying a coffee is a one-off thing. Because PayPal is like a repetitive unless you cancel. Patreon's a repetitive one. But if you use Patreon, like a couple of dollars a month is like the minimum of it. And but what you get from that is that when I publish videos, you see them earlier because I always publish them to Patreon first. That may or may not matter to you. But what I also do with those videos when I'm doing repairs, things like that, I'll also include the service manual or user manuals with those items. Or if I'm doing a review, I'll include the user manuals with it, or firmware, that kind of thing. Any files I've got which relate to that particular video, I'll attach them to that video on Patreon. So if you've got one of those devices that particularly interests you, for example, you could get the manual for it, the service manual or whatever files I've got, which are relevant, then I'll attach them to it. So that's why I recommend Patreon, because you get those extra perks where if you do YouTube memberships, you don't get that because all you get is a donation system. And YouTube take 30% of that, whereas Patreon's a much smaller cut. So. But that's why I recommend it, because you guys get more for it, Anyway. So, I'll get this coffee over. Once I finish this coffee, we'll go and look at the bench and look at this counter, and we'll start working on that. And I've got some emails. Oh, look, apparently I'm live. I love the way it tells me and not everybody else. Telling everybody else would be nice. EV blog email, nothing much. Okay. So we're digging into this counter. So I haven't looked at it at all yet. Well, before we power it up, I'll open it up and have a look inside just to see what's going on. I've already verified it's got the correct voltages set to it. Luckily it's got switches on the back panel which are easy to see and figure out. Awesome enough, thanks. Much appreciated. Yeah, but the Patreon one, if you choose to, you can do it for like a month and then cancel. If you choose this, decide it's not right for you, it's fine. I've got different tiers for how much you wish to donate. The lowest one's $2. I think it's $5 after that, and $10, something like that. Anyway, so choose which one you feel comfortable with. But that's why we push the Patreon one, because there's benefits there for people as well. So, right, that's that done. And I think I need to turn my air conditioning down some more, because unlike Scotland where it's snowing, here it's summertime and it's a bit warm. I've already got the air conditioning on, but I'm feeling it's a bit warm still. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Then we'll jump over there and get some lights on. We'll do the usual, record video at the same time as I'm doing the work. So some things may be a bit weird, but I'm saying stuff, or I may repeat myself because I'm screwing up what I'm saying. That happens a lot. And yeah, we'll see how we go. So I'm going to turn the air conditioning down and get all this set up. And let's change views. Let's wake. Why is this not woken up? My Stream Deck's not awake. Well, it's powered, but it ain't doing anything. Where's my Stream Deck going? That's inconvenient. What's happened to that? Hold on. It's convenient to have my Stream Deck working because, well, yeah, I can just push a button. I updated that like a month ago and it's... Well, that's annoying. It's not there. It seems my Stream Deck thing's broken. So I can't just push the button on my keyboard here. Bloody hell. Okay. Manually on the browser thing, it will. Anyway. HDMI. Oh, that's great. Let's do this for now. I'll get the HDMI fired up. And I've got to turn off all the labels on the screen. Hey Chris. Raining over there, is it? Right. Okay. I really don't like this bloody YouTube setup now. They've changed this, so I don't like it at all. Anyway. Let's get this turned down some more. It's too hot. Okay, let's change the screen setup. Get these things off the screen so you guys don't have to put up with that rubbish. Right, menu. Really should have done this beforehand. No, wrong thing. That one. Our characters. Off. Okay. Need to have the garbage on the screen. The only thing is now I can't see easily if it's recording or not, which can be problematic. Let's get on the tablet over here, get it standing up so I can see what's going on with that. It's not as bloody Stream Deck's not going. I might try plugging that back in again. Maybe we'll pop it up. Hey Thomas, how's it going? Stick this over here. And I've got the yellow, haven't I? Of course I have. Turn it off and on again, indeed. That's exactly what mode they want. Plug it in, unplug it and plug it back in again. The only problem is, I've got to try and figure out where the hell that wire goes. Because I've got to unplug the other end. Oh dear. I really want to do, I do want to get a Stream Deck thing working. Where's the wire go? Oh, there we go. That's convenient. I've got an extension cable. Unplug it. Plug it back in again. That wasn't the right one, was it? No, that was one of my cameras. Different wire. Also going to adjust my microphone, so from over the other side you can hear me a bit better over there. Following the wire, following the wire. I've got way too much crap on my desk. There. Hey, right. Stream Deck rebooted. Still nothing, it's a software issue. That's bloody annoying. You're not home, so you can't fix anything else, watch other people do it. Okay, cool. That's bloody annoying. What's my Stream Deck not going? I kind of want to have that going so I can push buttons. Not particularly important. I would just like to have it running. I have to reinstall the bloody thing. It's not showing up there at all. And I rebooted my computer this morning. So, like, it should be there. I'm just trying to figure this out quickly. Just give me a couple of minutes, if that. See if I can figure out where the hell it's gone. Stream Deck. Not showing up in settings. I don't know. Oh well, never mind. We'll leave that there. HDMI. We'll go with that. Give you a better view. I have to get some more lights turned on. Here's the thing I want to play with first. This beastie. So like I said, I was given this to as a payment, basically. So I mean, I think the guy's going to give it to me anyway, but I wasn't really going to take it for that. I was kind of reluctant to do that way, but I was quite happy just to send it back to me and I have a quick look at fixing it and then send it back if it was easy, if it is even broken. But then that job turned into being a bit of a mission, and so I was insisting, that's fine, I'll keep it then, but don't pay me. So basically I took this as payment. Now this has got external standard input, which I think is 1 megahertz, because it's got 1 megahertz output. I think it's 1 megahertz input as well, not 10 megahertz. Options 2, 4B and 9. I wonder what they are. I've got so much crap on my desk again. Always got crap on my desk. Too many half-done projects. Like, you know, I've got stuff sitting here too. Like this thing here which I was fixing, which I probably won't bother with now. Got a security camera which I'm in the process of fixing. I'm waiting for some parts to arrive. Yeah. Okay. Try and keep an eye on both the computer and this, because sometimes this doesn't update. Yes, I think it was up to date. I think we're okay. Yeah. Sometimes this gets locked up. I don't know why. Okay, I'm going to record video on this thing, obviously, as I said, and so you guys get to see like behind the scenes stuff, and then we'll power it up and see if the thing even works. It may be perfectly fine, and if it is, that's fine. We've got something else we can work on. No, I'm not worried about that. We always have jobs to do. So I will be needing this, because we'll be powering up at some point. I might even shove this over here more so I can see it a bit easier. Don't turn it on, take it apart. Yes, indeed. That's exactly what's going to be happening. Right, let's start recording some video on this. Do the intro. So the only problem with this camera I've got, I'm going to blame Ian for this. This is the same camera Ian's got. He's the one that recommended this one to me. Around the outsides of the periphery vision, like the very outside edges of this, when I'm zoomed all the way out, it's not quite as sharp. I don't know if it really shows up on here or not, but like this is sharp, but as you go out, it gets slightly blurry. It's obviously the lens on this is it's a bit of a compromise thing, trying to get a wide angle and you know, clarity. But if you look at it very closely, it's a bit hard to see it sometimes. But here's all sharp, and as it goes out, it gets blurrier. All the edges, they all do the same thing. So when I'm recording, I try and actually zoom in just a little bit like that, just to take some of that off. Then it looks a bit better. Hey Dave. Read the manual? No, don't read the manual. Have you watched my videos? Right. Doing something up here. Okay, I will need a screwdriver, which is here. I think it's think it's going to be this one. Yeah, that one. Okay. Right, so we record the intro and stuff for this video. Yours does it too, Ian. I've seen it on your videos too. It's just not, it's quite subtle. It's like, only if you zoomed all the way out, you just get that little bit of fuzziness on the outside. Yours does it as well. I've seen it in yours. I noticed it in yours, so it is there. It could be related to the distance, yeah, because I'm really close, right? I'm literally a foot away from this thing. Camera's here. Camera. Unit. Is literally that far. So it could well be because I'm too close. And so it's causing that, because the autofocus configuration, you know? Could well be because of that. Yeah, exactly. If you're all the way out, that's when it's there, because it's right on the periphery, right? So to me, that bit there is a bit blurry, like kind of that distance. So if I zoom in a little bit, it gets to the point where you don't really notice it anymore, because it's just this tiny little bit. Depends on what I'm doing. You know, usually you don't even see it, you don't notice it. But if I'm doing something that's quite large, then it might kind of show up a little bit. I don't know what lens is. It's a Leica. Leica lens, is it? Leica Dokuma? I don't know. It's got this thing here. Hold on. It's this thing. I don't know if that's related to it. This is just a shield thing. It helps get the light off the actual lens itself. Yeah, well, I think it's if I get the camera back a bit, then you get to see my legs, or worse, and more of my junk. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do that sometimes. If I need to, I will actually move it further away. But I do tend to have it quite close, because my room is quite small. It's a very small room, and it's very crowded. So, yeah, I tend to have it quite close because I need to keep the space tight, I suppose. Anyway, I'm waffling too much. You've only got 16-bit eyes. Anybody hobby says again. Yeah, further away zoom in. Yeah, exactly. That's what I do too. Sometimes I'm doing something quite big and I'm noticing it. Then that's exactly what I'll do. Is I actually move it further away and zoom in a little bit. I do actually do that, but usually I'll keep it close because I'm trying to keep the stuff, trying not to trip over it. You know. High aperture value. Well, this thing's fully automatic. I mean, higher aperture value might help it actually. I haven't looked at those settings. I don't think not for ages, but it's a video camera, so I don't know. It's probably got stuff in there. I'm not going to worry about it now. I'll look at it later on. It's just one of these things. It's just I've noticed. So let's record this thing. We'll get onto it. I think it's supposed to be good. Yeah. Well, yeah. Supposed to be. It's a nice camera. I really like the camera. Just that one little artifact thing I've noticed. That's the only thing which has bothered me a little bit about it, is that blueness around the outside. I'm zooming fully out. You know, so zoom in slightly. Okay. Let's do the video. So today I'm looking at this thing. It's a record data counter. It's a 9918. There's also a sister model, which is, I think it's the 9921, I think it is. And it's got a channel C option over here, which is 3 GHz. In this configuration, it only goes up to 560 MHz apparently. But this was basically given to me in exchange for some work I did for someone, and I've got no idea of condition. The guy sent it to me thinking it didn't work properly. Or there was something wrong with it. He wasn't sure. He just didn't really know. It wasn't really his thing, and so we'll have a look and see what's going on. It may even be perfectly fine, and I may not be a video in this, but let's have a look at it anyway. So you can see we've got voltage selection switches over here, which actually got a cover over them, which is nice. So I'm still accidentally changing them. So it's set to WZ. WZ is 216 to 264 volts, which is perfect for my country. Let's get slightly closer. I haven't checked the fuse yet. I should definitely do that. And options 2, 4B and 09. So, or 02, 04B and 09, you want to call it that way. There's like a little stick underneath it. There is something on it. UK and foreign patents applied for. Apparently that's what that sticker there says. Serial number 9944. I don't know. And it's got the adjustments here for the oscillator. These use a 5 MHz oscillator internally, which is stepped down to 1 MHz reference output, and also expects 1 MHz input if you're using external reference. Anyway, let's pull this fuse out and check that first in case something's horribly wrong there. Always pays to check that. Hey Julia, how's it going? Alright, check the fuse. Now talk about dodgy eyes. Here we go. I need my magnifier because I can't see the fuses anymore. I can't read them anymore. I have to use a magnifier. I used to be able to read them fine. This says 160 milliamps. That seems reasonable. So that's the correct one for the voltage as well, so that's great. So before I power this up though, I'm going to take the covers off, have a look inside just to make sure things are looking okay. Welcome to the age of 50, indeed. I noticed my eyesight starting to deteriorate when I was about probably 46. I noticed I was starting to have issues with just not being as good as it used to be. You know, it's still good, but not as good as it used to be. It's noticeable. You know, I've always had excellent eyesight. I could read, service mode component part numbers, all sorts of stuff. I could had excellent eyesight. I could read the bottom line on an eye chart and that sort of stuff. And that's gone. So my eyesight deteriorated for the first 4 years or so to be average, and now it's gone past that and it's starting to struggle a little bit. I'm going to have to get glasses soon, I think. Right, let's take the screws out. I'll take them out already. I've never worked on one of these counters before, not this particular version. I've done the 1991s and the 1992s and what's the other one? 1999 is it? 1998? Can't remember. I've worked in all of those. I've done videos about those, repairing them and things like that. Different repairs. Okay, how do I get this apart? How do I get that apart? Top cover's loose. This bit here is part of the rear frame. Okay, that didn't really help much. The bottom one's bent. Let's cover this. Let's see the bottom. It's all bent like that. Don't know if it's supposed to be like flimsy. So I'm not quite sure why the top one's not coming out. I guess I have to slide it one way and then lift it out. Something. It might be something as simple as that. Let's get a small spatula to slide it one way. I mean, it is there, right on the edge. Oh, there we go. It's just stuck. Big empty space here. Obviously, that's for the C option, channel C. Alright. Let's mess it up. First good issues physical, then iMac, now microscope, yeah. Way below 50. Yeah. It comes out quick though. Right, there's the inside. So, obviously this is all for that channel C option, which, I don't know, there's quite a lot of space for that. And the rest of it looks relatively simple. Lots of tantalum capacitors. Yeah. Okay, let's have a close look. tested in 1986. Okay, there's a chip there 85, so it could be initial testing when it's first made. Could be when it's made is 1986. Okay. Got these flat flex ribbons. Don't like these. These are really fragile. If you have to move things around, they tend to break. Obviously the back of the LED modules there. So the module over there, whatever that is. Okay. Frequency standard 5 MHz, like I said before. So I'm guessing as it's got a coarse and fine, this is an ovenized one. That's probably what one of those options are on the back. You should actually look up the manual what the options are. So you've got some Phillips caps over here. Bulging, they're both gone. And we've got another one down there. So those three caps are really doing. Looking for any reefers, I can't see reefers. Can't see any reefers, which is good. But it does obviously have one of those original filters in there still, which could also blow up. I'm not going to bother with that. Let's take the bottom cover off and see what we can see from the other side. You got a desolder Dallas chip with the battery built in. Don't have a desolder gun. Solder pump did fuck all. Advice. Very gently wiggle it out. It's literally just run down one line of pins. Now you get something really thin underneath the chip, so it just starts to get underneath and do those end legs, and then just work down one side and try and do one side a little bit, then do the other side and just do one side, and just take your time. Just gradually wiggle it out. And eventually it'll come out. Do not try and pull it out. Do not put any pressure on it. Just put a tiniest little bit, just so that when you desolder the lid, it'll move very slightly. Because you do get a little bit of movement, right? So be very gentle. Last thing I'll do is rip traces off underneath the chip and that sort of stuff. You know, ripping the wires out and through holes and your platings and things like that. Those can be damaged quite easily if you do that sort of technique. But if you're really careful and precise, you can do it. I've done it that way many times before I got desoldering equipment. Just take your time. Got a Ferranti chip in there. So I was overlooked if there was any E problems, but no E problems. It's a good thing, I think. Yeah, trying to perfold. I mean, perfold would be different now because it's got different characteristics. But definitely do practice first, if you can, practice first. But like I used to use tweezers, like got these angle tweezers, for example. Some of these you can use straight tweezers too. I actually used to do it with these. I used to get that underneath the chip, the actual tip of the tweezer, and get it under there, and then I could just like twist it a little bit and just put a little bit of pressure just by putting a little bit of pressure on the tweezer, and put that by that side you're trying to desolder. And just desolder that side as you go and just wiggle it along, and it'll go underneath the chip. Then you can just tip it, and then you can basically lift that one side up, and then go the other side and do exactly the same thing, and just repeat that process. But you can also find that doing angle tweezers like this works quite well too, because you get underneath really low chips with these because they're a bit more tapered, and then you can like lever it gently. You can literally just use the weight of the tweezer to do it sometimes too. But yeah, that's a technique I've used in the past, and it does work if your desolder equipment doesn't work. Another way is to try and blob it. Like you can also get like a piece of copper wire, like a thick copper wire. It has to be quite chunky so it holds a lot of heat. And literally solder that along the row of pins. And let's say put that along one whole side of pins, big chunky piece of copper wire. And then you heat that up, and that'll desolder all the pins in one go using that piece of copper wire as a heatsink basically. will suck the heat out of your iron, and it will take a while, but it will desolder all those pins on one side, and then you can try and do the same technique, wiggle out one side, and then do the same thing for the other side as well. You could literally just solder 2 bits of copper wire on. That's another way of doing it, which I know works. I've never done it that way myself, but I know it does work. Okay, not a lot to see under here. Convenient stand. Low solder also helps, yes, if you've got some. Yeah. If you try too hard, you can obviously damage the tracers as well and lift them off. But too much heat into it can also be a problem. This is why you try and be patient with it. Anyway, so there's the bottom side. Not much to see. Obviously, expected, hand laid out kind of PCB. Wiggly tracers everywhere. But easy access to these capacitors down here. Although these capacitors aren't actually attached to the board in that same way. They are mounted to the chassis. Yeah, did notice that from the top side. So they actually mounted the chassis here, and they're wired through to the tracers on the bottom. They're wired through the board like this. What a weird way of doing it. It's almost like they designed it wrong and didn't correct it. Well, as I can feel, these are both bulged. I think I should replace these before I do anything else. Because the last thing I want to do is have this thing putting a bottle of... Then you need to know if it's working or not, eh? I know those caps are bad. I can feel they're bad. So, it can be hard to judge. Like when you got these ones that got these plastic caps on, they can, they appear to be bulged from the plastic cap. But I can actually feel the vent on the top. It's got like the cross in the top where the vent is and the cap. I can actually feel the point where it's lifted up. I can feel that top, the centre pit. I can feel that bit's higher, and I can feel the ribs sticking up where the vent has been pushed upwards. So I can actually feel that bit under there. They're definitely not flat. They're definitely bulged. Anyway, so yeah, what we'll do is we'll power it up first, see if it seems to work, even though I know these caps are bad. Not happy about that, but I just want to see what it's doing right now. Then we'll fix the caps, replace these caps. There's only 3 caps to do, so we'll replace all 3 of them, and then we'll see if anything's changed if it wasn't working properly the first time, and then hopefully we'll get somewhere with that. Do it the regular way, yeah. Hey Dan, how's it going? Sometimes hot air can work, yeah. I don't like to use hot air on boards which aren't surface mount boards. Reason being, if it's an older board like this sort of thing, if you use hot air on it, you can actually delaminate the board. It can damage the board. I've done that myself on a old multimeter. I was trying to work it on a Fluke 5542, I think it was, or 5540. I've still got it. Maybe I'll go back to it one day and try and repair it. But the board actually delaminated. So I was trying to hot air a chip to try and speed up the process of taking it out, ironically. And the board actually delaminated by that chip. There's a big like section, like probably that big, that's delaminated, and it's got internal traces in the board. So yeah, I don't recommend using hot air on boards which aren't designed for hot air. All right, that sort of thing. Yeah, older boards definitely don't use hot air on them, unless you're extremely careful, because it can go horribly wrong and completely destroy the device. So I don't recommend hot air unless it's a modern board. Yeah. You need a decent sized tip on the iron and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, I've seen you for a while, Dan. I mean, I've seen you do a couple of videos, but I haven't really been dropping in and saying hello, really. I've done it for a while. Chatted to you for a bit. Guess things are going okay for you over there. podcast going. I don't know, have you done the podcast recently? I can't remember which podcast you did last time, but I don't tend to follow the podcasts that often, to be honest. Just occasionally I look at them. But I'm not sure you've done one for a little while, have you? Definitely need a bit low temperature, yeah. It's too easy to damage a board, so I don't recommend it. It's just too much risk. One thing it's also got is one of these little lever knobs missing. It would actually be nice to sit down and try and model this up and 3D print it. I highly doubt anyone's already modelled one of these up. I doubt that's already available somewhere. Maybe someone wants to go and have a look. Yeah. That's what it looks like. Got a square end on it. It's tapered. No. See what that looks like? Something like that. Maybe someone's already modelled one up. If they haven't, that's fine. I'm just thinking we could potentially sit down, do a bit of 3D design, and print one of these out and replace that missing one as well. We could potentially do that. Shouldn't take too much to model it up, or something that looks a little bit like it. I mean, it's curved back, so I could use literally a. Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay, we need to do two of these. That one just fell off. And now you can look at it really well. So you could easily do this. I could easily make something like this up. That would not be hard to model up at all. And obviously you've got a shaft dimension, so it's measured in. Yeah. Podcast is dead? Yeah. Too stressful to keep something going over 2 weeks forever. Yeah. Find a lot of stuff on Thingiverse. Yeah, I put a lot of stuff on Thingiverse. Anything that I design is on Thingiverse. I did one the other day. What was that for? What did I put on Thingiverse the other day? Oh yeah, the handles for my 5450A, my DC resistance calibrator. Those were breaking. Again, still breaking, full of cracked stuff. So I modelled those up and put those on Thingiverse and printed some new handles out for it. It's on EV blog as well. Put out there. But I'm sure that chassis is used for other devices as well. I don't know what they are though, so I've actually asked on the EV blog if you know what these other chassis are, which the other model numbers, which use the same handles, the same chassis. Add them on there so I can mention them in the actual Thingiverse page. Anyway, right, that's off. Gate time, so short gate time. You want to do input A. Reset, operate, check. Okay. Check also read the internal reference out. Okay. That has to be on that input, that on there. Okay. I need to get a B and C cable ready. Let's put this in there so I don't lose it. Okay. Right, so I've got the power cable plugged in, haven't turned the power on yet. Switches are where I want them to be. I've got a BNC cable ready in case I want to inject a signal. Power on. Drawing no power right now, which is good. That means the filters aren't blown up. Nothing happening over here. Just turn this on. So that's how small as digits are. Small profile. Anyway. Okay, we've got lighting, we've got gating, 24 watts. On the surface it appears to be working. Check. Says 1 megahertz. So the check is working. Okay. Let's inject a signal on channel A, which is what we're set to. I've got it set to 1 megahertz as well. That is reading. Okay. Let's do channel B. It might actually be working. Channel B. That is not working correctly. Let me increase the amplitude going in case it's a level thing. IF level, it's double the amplitude going in. That did not fix it. Okay, channel B is not working. That says 10 millivolts there, so that should be fine. So 10 millivolts minimum sensitivity. Well, I'm doing 200. I'm doing 200 millivolts, so that should be plenty for that. So, yeah, channel B is not working. Brilliant. So channel A works, which means we know that the reference is working correctly, the counter is basically working correctly. It's also got a scaling circuit which scales this one down to this one. That appears to not be very happy, but it could be because of the power supply being very noisy. It's possible it's just putting out a lot of ripple and it's upsetting stuff. Digital circuitry does not like ripple. So let's power this back down again. Try 50 megahertz. Well, actually, that's the point. It's only 40 megahertz reference there. Actually, it's a really good point. That's a really good point. I was only injecting 1 megahertz. Let's do 50 megahertz. Actually, one thing which is quite obvious, which I overlooked. The frequency I was injecting was only 1 megahertz, and this is rated 40 megahertz. Let's try this again with 50 megahertz. Nah, there we go. See, it's reading that. It's off, but it's reading it. Now, this hasn't been on very long, so the ovenized oscillator is not obviously going to be warming up as well. My source has definitely warmed up. I've had that on for about an hour. 100 megahertz. Yeah, see, that's off by quite a bit there. I won't adjust anything until it's definitely working correctly, but yeah, okay, it is working. So let's go 10 megahertz. You can actually see 10. This couldn't see 1. 5. Yeah, 5's there. Let's slow down the gate time a little bit so we can see a little bit easier. Yeah, 5's there. Yeah, okay, it is doing 5, even though it says 40. 2 megahertz. 2 megahertz doesn't like. I just want to find out what the cutoff is in case we can detect that when we're doing after the other stuff. So 3 megahertz, you can see just it's not stable. 4 is stable. So like 4 megahertz is the minimum, not 40, interestingly. So try 450. Could definitely do. Let's do 400. It's 400 megahertz, yeah. 500. Just to speed this up a little bit. So that's not looking right, is it? Let's do 560. Levels, let's go back down to 100 millivolts. Yeah, level's not really helping that. Normally level would change and improve the reading. Let's go 500 millivolts. Yeah, changing levels isn't helping it. So trying to do really high frequency in this, it's just not behaving. So I'm doing 500 megahertz, which is within the range of this channel. Should be able to do that easily. 400 megahertz is also jumping around a lot. So I think that the ripple noise coming from the power supply is affecting these counts. So I think we do have some work to do. Right. Thankfully it's only 3 camps, so it's not a big deal. Held in by a cable tie, which is mechanically awesome, isn't it? How do I get these out? I've got to get the side out. to get to those, to put in your cable tie. Right. Photo houses again. Right. What I'm hoping for it's confusing. How's that set up? Do I have to slide the whole back panel off to get that apart? Let's try and see how to get to the cable ties, or cable tie, because it runs through the side chassis, right? But I want to get the side chassis off, and it's got a panel there which is sliding. I think I'll take the rear panel off to get that sliding piece out so I can get to the cable tie. I might better fish it through with a bit of tweezers, I don't know, maybe I'll fish it out. Anyway, I'll worry about that after. Drop down a little bit. So let's get these capacitors out. Now the tricky thing with this, like this side here, it's got this panel. This side's not moving. The other side is moving. It's actually sliding back and forwards. It looks like to get this little side panel out of here, you have to remove the rear panel, which is only a couple of screws. But you have to remove the rear panel, which might affect a whole bunch of other stuff. It's a bit hard to see from all that wiring and compactness in there. Might be enough movement in it to be okay. But yeah, I might take the whole rear panel off to slide the side panel out to get to the cable tie entry and exit holes to put a new cable tie on the new capacitors. Anyway, cut the bonus in there and worry about the rest later. So it's got some foam there holding on, a double-sided foam or something. Yeah, quality manufacturing principles. Well, okay, I've also got the polarities to sort out as well. I'm not going to test them, I'm just going to take the bloody things out. 16 volt. I think the other one is, I'll figure that out after. Alright. Okay. Stop here. So I'll hook this out of the way. It's definitely a weird way of doing it. Very weird way of doing it. Good old Schaeffner filter. Yeah, the reefer's in there. I'm not changing it. Yeah, it's not exactly a good setup, is it? Very strange setup. Tips of my iron. Yeah, it's probably big enough. I'll take them out, then I'll figure out polarities, so when I put the other ones in, it should be right. But then, it does appear to be a marking there. I'm recording right now. Hoping I'm right. Okay. So there's a positive there, there's a positive here for each capacitor. So they're marked on the board, that's good. Let's get these things desoldered. A little bit more heat. 310 degrees. Let's see, here we go, because it's got like a post here. It looks like they're soldered into a post. I may need to put some fresh solder on. Right, there we go. especially for soldering to make it easier. Just to transfer the heat a bit easier. Okay, that's the big ones out. Very weird setup. Very weird setup. That's strange. I don't understand why I did it that way. Anyway. Should have left out. Then we've got the other blue one just down there, this axial. What's that one? 470 microfarad. Can't see the voltage. We'll take that one out as well. Between here and here. I might actually get my desoldering gun going for this. See if I can grab hold of the thing. So I need to clear the holes out once I've got the thing out. Right, taking the top one out first. There you go. Now pull the bottom one out. Again. There we go. Is it warm enough yet? No, not quite. Still not quite warm enough. It's almost there. Not quite there yet. Don't do it too cold, otherwise it will freeze off inside the tube and block it. Alright. Make it easy to get the next one in. Right, we should test these in the capacitor tester. 470 microfarad, 40 volts. Okay. We shall test these in the capacitor tester. Now, which way was that? That was negative to the bottom. Is it marked on the board? So I'll try and remember it. Yep, positive marked on the board as well. That's all right. Cable for the tester. I just still need to do a calibration on this thing. It's close. I know it's not 100% right though. I know it's close because I repaired this thing and didn't actually do any further than that. Basically, I think it does need adjusting. Now, kind of adjusting things. I need to get this set up so you can get lighting off this. Lighting off that so you can see the screen. Makes a big difference having downward lighting, upward facing lighting I should say. Right. Lighting. Right, open. And short. Okay. Aluminium electrolytics. This is one I always forget to select first. The amount of times I've done this thing and I've forgotten to push that button before I started doing anything. I should also make sure this capacitor is discharged before doing them. Since they've been powered up. Let's just short one something, should I? Short them across the piece of metal, there you go. Short them across the chassis of the actual unit. That'll do. Okay. It's definitely drained. So let's do this one first. Let's do 40 volts. And 470. Let's give it 20%, just so we get the readings coming out. Okay. Try and get this not reflected like off it. There you go, just there. Okay. Now it's reflecting off here, because you know we want that, don't we? So I've got my LC102 set up here. Let's test these capacitors and see what we're actually getting out of them. So this is one here is the 470 microfarad 40 volt, a small one. So the ESR first. I've already discharged the capacitors, make sure they're dead. That's actually measuring really well. Dielectric absorption. Good. Leakage. Good. Is this capacitor going to surprise me? Value? 530. This capacitor is still good. Now this is actually really surprising because my experience with these Philips caps from this era, they're almost always bad. So I'm actually really surprised this one still measures okay. I'm really surprised. I'm tempted to put that one back in. This isn't something I normally do, but I'm tempted to because these axial caps are expensive. I do have some here. I do have new ones. What's that one there? 25 volt, or probably the high voltage in that one. But I do have some here I could use. But like I said, they're expensive. So I'm tempted to put that one back in. These other ones are definitely bad before they're bulging, so I'm not going to do that. But so that's 25 volts on this one. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so a little bit, so you can talk a bit. That's 25 volts, 2200 microfarad, and this one here is 16 volt. Let's pull the label off so I can see what it is. 4700. Okay. So stop moving. Right, let's do 25 volt. And we'll say it was 2200. Let's take this one first. That error, it's not detecting it. Is it completely open or am I just got a bad connection? Let's try again. Adjust the connections. Okay, there we go, no bad connection. ESR look good, strangely. Absorption's good. Leakage is good. And very good. Well, this says this part's good, but I can feel that it's bulging. There's a definite bulge under there. Let's take the cap off. A bit hard to see, but it's bulging very slightly. Can't really see it on there, but yeah, it is bulging. There's definitely bulge there. Yep. So the other one definitely feels bulging as well. Okay, let's check the other one. This one here is 16 volt for 7,000 or 4,200. 16 volt. But you know, I'm just amazed that that one tested okay. Right, ESR 07, bad connections again. It's probably trying to clip onto solder joints. ESR's good. It'd be funny if they actually test okay, wouldn't it? Good. Good. And good value. Well, okay. That's kind of surprising. Trust Syncore. Well, I'm tempted to trust Syncore. I'm actually tempted to trust the Syncore because the tests say good. I mean, this has got a very slight bulge in there, but it's like, let me try and show. I'll take the other cap off as well. I'm not worried about having the caps exposed. Yes, it looks like it's got a slight bulge in it too. I mean, maybe it's the way it's manufactured. Maybe. I don't know, you can see the bulge in there sideways. It's a bit odd. No, you can't really see it. Well, I can definitely feel it. You've got to rib that way, right? So you've got to rib that way. Maybe that's what I was feeling as that bit. I don't know. It doesn't look that bulged like this way, does it? There you go. That looks flat. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just the way they're shaped. Maybe they are still good. I'm tempted to put the bloody things back in again. I really am. Could be a nothing video. Bulging caps. Yeah. Looks normal. Yeah, exactly. It felt like it was bulged. But I think maybe it's because of that, the way that rib is raised. Well, that's actually raised up. Like normally they're pressed in, alright? So maybe that's what I was feeling. It felt like it was bulged upwards, and so I could feel the edges of the vents, right? You know, the vents are be pressed inwards. But that's coming outwards, not inwards. So that's probably why I felt like they were bad. But the tester's saying they're good. I'm tempted to put them back in. I really am. I mean, the Syncore says good. I'm tempted just to put them back in. Don't know, they're old caps. I mean, there's a 40-year-old caps, but they still test good. Realistically, I'm not keeping this. Right, this will be going. I'm not going to be keeping it. Do I really want to spend, realistically, what's that, $40 worth of capacitors? Yeah, these things are expensive. These, actually, mind you, these aren't actuals, these are radials, they're not too bad. Probably $20 worth of capacitors. Especially if they seem to be okay. I'm inclined to put them back in. This goes against what I'd normally do. I would normally, if I'd say, you take the things out, just replace them. If you're taking them out, just put new ones in. This is going against that. Put them back in. Okay, Chris. I think I might defer to Chris, as well as everybody else. Ignoring my normal instinct, which is to recap. I think that is the right thing to do. In this case, I think it's not worth changing them. I shall put them back in. Which just seems so wrong to me, because to me, if you go to the effort of taking the things out, you might as well replace them. But I don't want to spend the money on it either, because I'm not keeping this. And if they're fine, there's no point replacing them really. No, it looks slightly dodgy. It looked fine, apart from the fact the top looked like it's bulging from the plastic cap. But no, that is hide a lot, obviously. Well, that's the thing. We've still got the channel B problem, haven't we? We still have the channel B problem. I mean, the Sencor said they're good, but channel B wasn't happy. Why would that be? My suspicion was ripple from these caps, right? I'm still suspicious of that. I think I need to fire up the oscilloscope and check for ripple. I'll put them back in again, check for ripple. See how bad they look. I could just use a multimeter, but no. Well, I'm going to do what I wouldn't normally do, which is to just put these capacitors back in again. I'd normally never do that. That's what tweezers. They test perfectly fine on a Sencor, and although they felt like they were bulged, I think it's just the design of the top. They've got a raised rib across the top rather than a pressed rib, like a cross across them. So I think they might actually still be alright. But this isn't something I'd normally do. Normally I will just replace them. If I've taken a cap out, I'll just put a new one in. But I'm not going to be keeping this thing, so I don't want to put any money into it. This isn't something I'm going to be keeping hold of. And so the caps test perfectly fine on the Sencor. I trust the Sencor, I'll just say yes or no. And it does quite comprehensive testing, as you saw. And as it said, yeah, they're good. I'm going to do what I wouldn't normally do and put them back in again. Like I said, Philips caps in the past have given me trouble, so I'm kind of mindful of that as well. I mean, any brand cap can give you trouble. You know, when you get to this sort of age, I've seen the Philips ones be particularly problematic, so I'm very mindful of that. Go in. Can I get lined up? Putting them back in really does feel like sacrilege to me. Still got to put that one in yet. No, I can't replace expensive components. I'll remove a test now. Yeah. I mean, normally I wouldn't. I mean, I'd just put new ones in. But like I said, if I was keeping this, I'd absolutely be replacing these with brand new caps. I'd absolutely be doing it. I'm not going to be keeping it. You know, if I'm going to keep this, you know, I'll expect to have it for like, you know, 20 years or so, right? Whatever. And so I want them to last. I mean, these are okay now, but are they still going to be okay in a year's time, right? Don't know. They could start leaking or whatever, but right now they look absolutely perfect. So I'm kind of inclined to just not worry about that. You know, if I was going to be selling it on, someone else might want the pleasure of recapping it. Share the laugh, man. Share the laugh. Hell, I might have given it away. I don't know. I don't actually have a use for it. I just thought it'd make a good project video, you know. That's the only reason I actually wanted it. Or offered to take it, rather. You didn't really want it. Piece of equipment to do a video about is always a good thing. No, I can't get this leg back in. Come on, go back in, you bastard. There we go. No, the other one's come out. Seems I can't win. So the bloody cable tie stopping. Let's take that out. It's probably that in the way. Yeah, it did it. Use hot glue into the cable ties to give it a Chinese look. Are you trying to say that hot glue isn't professional? Although I have to admit I've used hot glue myself in various times. So I think sometimes there's a place. Right, solder this cap back in. Now I've got the thing back in place. Come on. Yeah. Solder's too long. Deflecting off. Right, here we go. I'm not going to bother cleaning that. It's fine. Because there must no flux there. Got rubber mounts on here, which is interesting. Not sure there's... Yeah, it's still kind of intact. So obviously insulation from the ovenized oscillator here. Although the whole thing's an aluminium frame, so I'm not sure there's much benefit to that. This one doesn't seem like it's sitting in the properly. Yeah, probably fine. Just looks a bit wonky. Right, now that okay, we'll tie this bloody thing's back on again. I'm not going to bother cable tying a little one. I think that was excessive. Getting these ones cable tied is quite important there. Let me get my cable ties out. Yeah, I've got to get the right ones which will fit around them. That might do it. Or not. Alright. Let's get two of them out. bother recording video for this, but right. Let's try and fit this bloody thing through. My mic's a bit low, is it? Yeah, I'll be careful though, because when I'm over this side of the room, the it's a bit low, but when I come back to the computer, it gets a bit overpowering. I can turn up a little bit if you want. You really want me to. Cover it. Yeah, I'll give it a few dB. Hopefully it helps. Hopefully it helps a little bit. Okay. Okay, let's try and get this one here. Then try and fish that out. Hopefully I can fish that out with tweezers. Otherwise, I'm going to have to move into the whole back panel. Can't see it. I did see it, now I lost it again. This isn't looking very promising. Just bending the end of the cable tie up, so I've got something to try and get to pop through the hole if I can. We'll try that. Sometimes it'll work. Yeah, that works. Look at that. Genius. Plenty to stay calm. Yeah, staying calm. Yeah, I think staying calm is, yeah, it's definitely situational, isn't it? It's really not a good situation on this thing. Now, that's as good as they put, so that's what we got. If I do this and I find I've got a massive ripple on here, I'm going to be pissed off. So those, I think, are the only electrolytics. There is some more tantalums. I don't see any more electrolytics anywhere. I mean, tantalums is a sign of quality, you know. They put expensive capacitors into it. Yeah, exactly. Realise the capacitors are bad. Can I see test points on the top here rather than going to the bottom? Don't see anything. There's various markers, but I'm not seeing anything for voltage test points. Yeah, we'll have to turn upside down. Is that a way for I short something out with that? Power cable. What could possibly go wrong? Heathkit probe. Scope settings on 10 times, probe on 10 times. I'm on DC coupling, I need to change that to AC coupling. And let's do 500 millivolts of division on the scope. We'll clip this on somewhere. Hopefully it doesn't fall off. Okay. That's good enough to get to it all. Reverse tank cap. Yeah. You know about that when you get that wrong. Right. Look at the scope. Actually, I'll do some video on this first. So I put those capacitors back in again, even though it's not something I normally do. Normally I just replace them. I wouldn't be messing around putting old caps back in, but they tested perfectly fine in the sink, or no signs of leakage or anything like that. They look fine, and I'm not going to be keeping this unit. If I was keeping it, then I want to make sure it's going to last another 20 years, so I'll just put new caps in. But who knows? I mean, I've got no use for this thing. I'm just going to be flicking it back on again. So these caps seem perfectly fine, so I'll put them back in. Now, I'm not 100% sure. I trust them, because of the issue we had with that channel being a bit weird, that channel B, that high frequency not reading very well. It could still be a separate fault, but I want to check for ripple on these capacitors here and to see if we get anything excessive. I mean, it is normal to see some ripple there. I also want to see if we're getting anything horrendous. So I've got my power supply set up. I've got my scope set up now, which I'm going to change to in a second and show you the scope. So probe is there ready to go. I'm just going to probe on those 3 caps and just see what we get. Of course, I could actually record proper video on the computer and use a second camera input kind of thing and without messing around. But I just find it way easier to do this. Point the camera at the screen and go, yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah. I think the trick there is to use old reefers, isn't it? Old reefer caps are better ones to use for that. And really get people waking up. Turn this on. Alright, powered up. Let's measure its caps. So, let's try this one first. It's the positive of the smaller of the big caps. Nothing showing up there. Mind you, my trigger point's in the wrong place. Let's get a mouse. Hold on, let's jet the mouse down here so I can see what I'm doing. Turn the bloody mouse on. Right. Trigger points. Trigger. Move that down here. Okay, we've got a little bit there. There's a little bit of noise. It's probably just from LED lighting. Yeah, there's like nothing on that. Positive that one. Negative that one. To be sure. Look at that. So on the negative of that capacitor, we've got this ripple. But that looks completely normal. And that's 660 millivolts or so, but it's a completely normal ripple, rectified voltage. That's looking fine. It's a little bit on the higher side, but negative the other cap and positive the other cap. That's looking a bit more significant. Yeah, look at that, 1.8 volts. 1.8 volts peak to peak. That's the bigger of those two caps. That's the 4700. That doesn't look particularly great. I would expect to see that better than that. If I get a so 1000, if I put a 1000 across those terminals and recheck that, yeah, we'll try that. Let's clip on. Where's my clip gone? Power tag on. So I'm just going to put a 1000 microfarad across that and just see if it changes by very much. As this is a much smaller value, like this cap here, it's much smaller, shouldn't have a big effect on it if this capacitor is working okay. But if this capacitor isn't working okay, then this will have a big effect. So let's stick this on there and on here. It did drop slightly. It dropped to like 300 millivolts. Not sure. That didn't convince me. Let's go 3,300. Go and get it on there. I'm not getting this one to make contact for some reason. Come on, make contact. There we go. That's the 1.1 volts. Zoom me 3,300 across there. That's still quite big. So I'm unsure what to make of this because that ripple looks excessive to me, but putting a big cap across it hasn't really reduced it much. Yeah, maybe high current somewhere is certainly a possibility. Could be, yes. Could be high current. So let's put the 4,100 across it, which is what it's actually rated at, and see if it gets much better. Just in case this capacitor isn't really doing its job. So 1 volt with a brand new 4,700. So yeah, I think that cap's probably doing what it's supposed to do, because a brand new one across it is not really improving it. Okay. Thermal cam time, yes, exactly. It's exactly what I was thinking. We'll check for something getting hot. There could be a bad tantalum somewhere. I haven't seen any smoke yet though. Still booting up. There's lots of hot spots in this thing. Right, so I've got the thermal camera out, just checking for anything getting excessively hot, but unfortunately there's quite a few things getting quite hot. Interestingly, the power switch is one of those things. That's the power switch. Why is the power switch 40 degrees? Or is it? Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's a circuit board right there. "42 degrees. Okay. Let's keep looking. It's not super hot. Up here, we've got something here which is 58 degrees. It's a chip. The main thing I'm looking for here is bad tantalums, because that's what I'm expecting to find as a bad tantalum. And that being really hot over there is quite surprising. Got some transistors there, a little bit warm, 60 odd degrees, not too bad. There's a transistor there, which is okay. I'm not seeing anything like jumping out saying, hey, I'm 100 degrees and I'm completely blown up, which is kind of what I'd be expecting to see. That top board there's got more tantalums on it, not even featuring. That's a resistor which is getting hot up there, so that's not that unsurprising. I'm not actually seeing anything here which is like standing out as being particularly bad. Got something there, but I'm not sure if that's tantalums or if that's the regulator. That's the regulator. So that's alright. Yeah. The only thing I've got which is a bit interesting is that front panel there, which is a surprising amount of heat coming through the circuit board. That may be worth investigating. It's probably a driver chip for the actual LEDs though, so it could be getting hot because of the driving LEDs. Shit the back of the ball, as you can see thing on the back. No, it all looks like the front really. Hot spots are where they were in the front, so yeah, I'm not really seeing anything abnormal. Mr. Deepens. Hey Thomas. I mean, that ripple's quite high. I would have thought it'd be less than that. I do have the service manual for this thing, so maybe I should look at that and see if there's any mentions about what the ripple voltages should be. But to me, it seems like it's a bit high. But there's nothing really there, is there? Yeah, well, yeah, I can't really fault that. I mean, all that looked normal, really. I mean, 40, 50 degrees, that's fairly normal. Some of these ICs will work a bit hard. That's not bad. If I was getting like 80 degrees, I'd be starting to get a bit worried, but there's nothing like that there. And obviously the ovenized oscillator is going to be drawing a bit of power itself, but I don't know. Maybe we should look at the circuit diagrams and try and figure out what that capacitor is actually supplying. Maybe it doesn't matter that much. Till we continue here, well, it's got some linear regulators in it, so the ripple may not be too critical. It just looks excessive to me. Let's go and jump on the computer and have a look. Right, back over here. Okay. I thought this was going to be quite a nice little quick little repair, but it's like it might be more involved. So I've already got a diagram out here. Let's get the right piece and I'll change screen views. Okay. This one here. So here's the circuit diagram for it. So we've got mains filter coming in over here, power switch, double pole power switch apparently. Voltage selection through transformer. We've got some bridge rectifiers here. I didn't see any diodes getting hot, the diodes are fine. Didn't see anything there, looking like it's maybe a bad diode, but the ripples didn't look like a bad diode. So we've got 470 microfarad here, which would be the 25 volt cap. And there's 24 volt power supply. That one had that 600 millivolts, was it? And the 2200 is on this one here. There he is. There's 2200 right there. That cap right there, middle of the screen, ish. That's middle of the screen. So that's where we're getting that big ripple. And that's a negative power supply. Minus 5.2 volts. What was it, that one there? Hold on, 2200. Oh, sorry, 470 is the small one. You get this right. That's the axial, which is on the ball. I didn't check that one, did I? We got the 25 volt cap there, and then we got the 16 volt cap there, which is this is the one which had the big ripple on it. Therefore, this one here, get the right cap. So that one there. So that is running 5 volt power rail. So 5 volts. I don't know if voltage is actually there. I only looked at the ripple, didn't see what the actual DC voltage was. But as it's going through a linear regulator, probably doesn't matter anyway, because what's coming out of the regulator should be fine. Yeah. Edison, how's it going? Yeah, check your ripple after the regs. So I think that's what I'm going to have to do. And let's make sure they look okay there. As long as they look okay there, that eliminates that as an issue anyway. You know, the linear regulators are fairly tolerant of ripple anyway. I don't really worry about it too much. I can accept some, as long as there's a big enough overhead. You know, at least 2 volts. Usually 2.5 is better. As long as it's got that much overhead, then they don't care. So we'll go and check that. Yeah. So I did see mention of a few power supplies. I'm just wondering where the rest of them are. Page 5 and 6 voltages. Yeah, let's see mention of 24 volts. 5 volts minus 5.2. I think there's a 2 volt rail or something, and a 10 volt rail. I think that's what I saw mention of when I looked at it before. I looked at it very quickly this morning when I opened it up. Yeah. So it's 3 regulators on the side panel, so it's easy to check. IC34, I have to figure out where that one is. This is only circuit diagram on this particular page. I do have the actual manual here somewhere. depends which version you've got. Page 5 and 6 you mentioned for your voltages and your one. That's not the same manual. Let's try the other manual. I've got a couple of different versions of it. No, different. This is just indexes, so the version you've got is potentially different. Unless you're looking at page numbering rather than physical pages. Section 5, number 6. That's what you would have mentioned, eh? That's what you'd have meant. Section 5. Let's look in this manual here. Let's look under that principle. Page 5 to 6, but number 5, 6. 5, 6. There we go. Okay. Let's shove this up here. Make it bigger. Maybe it's a bit too big. Alright. Mentions to be on channel A as well. Interesting. I think we're on B right now. Are we? Yeah, we are. Main PCB relative to chassis. Yes, so I'm doing relative measurements to chassis. That's good. Right. I have to figure out where these pin numbers are. Are they wired locations or are they something else? I might have to look deeper. Right, it's like these are factory selected values as well. Doesn't say with it, does it? What was the board layout? Push the wrong button. Okay, let's find a board layout, then we'll look at where those points are supposed to be. So those big caps we looked at then. There's those two regulators there, the other regulator there. If it's referencing pin numbers, it's referencing this header here maybe. Whether it's referencing these wire points. Good question. And this corner here is covered up by the oscillator, so we can't get to any of that stuff. Maybe down the side, but I'm not quite sure whether it's referencing this connector, whether it's connecting referencing pin wirings. That's page 93. Right. Where's that other page you had before? Eleven, 14, 17, 47. Right. 11, 14, 17, 47. Page 67. Don't know. I thought if you've got half the numbers. Maybe 11 14. Don't know. That's 20 pin. I mean, that's 20 pin there. I don't think that's got 47 pins on that connector, so I don't think it's that it's referencing. Session 5, oh yeah, okay. You're lurking. Cool. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I could just be worried about nothing, but I was suspicious that channel B is not working correctly. And so there probably is some kind of power supply issue. Ten, 9, 4, 1. Those are the same points there that the capacitors are wired up to. Where's 11 and 14? Was it 47 as well? 11, 14, 47. And there's another one, wasn't there? But I don't see the markings here. So I'm a bit confused right now about where it's actually telling us to test because I can't find the damn things. Got 47 there. Maybe that's one of them. Yeah. Yeah, writing your own information. Yeah, I've done stuff like that in the past for certain things. Simple stuff, thankfully. So there's 47. I think that's one of the ones you wanted. Actually, I've got a second PDF. Let's open a second PDF up and try and find the same pages on this one so I don't have to keep jumping between those other pages. Because like I said, that's a pain in the butt. (11, 14, 17). So, second PDF. So we've got 47 there. So far, that's the only one I've found. Great, good to hear that's worked for you. Yeah, excellent. Just want to find these other test points before I dig into this again. I mean, they must be there. There's a TP1, which is greatest test point. Where on earth are these bloody connections? I'm just not seeing them. 7, 8, 9, 10. Come on, where's 11? This is a bit annoying. They're just not there, are they? Yeah, long as the holes aren't there, like I say, if they're not too close to the pin size, they're not so bad. It gives you a bit of wiggle room. If they're too close to fit, that can be a real problem. Because the solder doesn't get cleared. It just drags it through. Well, this is a bit frustrating because I can't find these bloody pins I want to check. Unless it does mean this connector here, for those numbers, like 11, 14, 17 on a connector, and then 47 is that other one up here. I mean, maybe that's what it means. But then you wouldn't have, surely you wouldn't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on if it's also referencing this connector. So that doesn't really make sense. I mean, maybe on the bottom side, yeah. I could have a look at the bottom side, I suppose. If there's a drawing for that, there might be. No. No, it doesn't look like there is. This looks only top side layout. Is that a ripple saw? Well, let's see ripple in. No. It's the wrong way around. Okay. Just our power supply stating stuff. Let's sort of have a quick look at this. That's 5.6 like we saw before. Okay. So no, that's not useful. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Where the hell are those connections? This is only half a diagram for a start. Is that the same half again? Just trying to see if I see connections on this board diagram, you know? I don't know why this looks like this, it just does. Well, let's look at the power supply section and see if we can find it in here. There's 17 referencing there. There's 17. There's 11. Right, so those must be the PCB mounts for the regulators. It's the referencing then. Which is what we're going to do anyway. So pin 11, 5 volts, yes, okay. Plus or minus 0.3. Pin 17, should have done this first place. 5.2 minus 0.3. 2 isn't even mentioned, interestingly. Is that done differently, I guess? So that's 11 and 17. Where's 14? And 47. I mean, this must be full. This one here must be 47. Oh, there's 14. There we go. So yeah, just on the regulator legs. That's all it's saying to check. Right. That's what we're going to do anyway. Let's go do that. And my camera's turned off, so you go blind for a second. I'll see it from here. 3 legs there. 3 legs there. 3 legs there, I think that's right. I'll do it from the top side and the bottom side. Maybe, I don't know. That's why it's slipping. And that's 3 of the regulators. I wonder if this other one here, there's a TR220s down here too. Now, let's get this bit of view for you guys. Not liking how close these two legs are together. Right there. See how close that is? Like, are they touching? I don't think I nudged that when I was doing this. I mean, I could have nudged it. Have a look. Just notice how close together these regulator legs are, just here. Now, I'm not sure if they're actually touching or not. This is not currently powered up. I can't get the probe in between them. It's not slipping between. Now, I'm wondering if maybe I nudged it when I was moving these capacitors around. But that is actually fairly stiff. So nudging it isn't a thing. If I move it back like that, does that change anything? Yeah, 24 must be, I'm guessing that's that one there. I'll have to have a look. It says IC34. What did it say on the diagram? IC34, yeah, that's a 24 volt. So that's fine, that's right there. So I can measure all these from the top side, no problem at all. Can I get this so it can all be seen? Ish. So that regulator there, which looked like it was touching, that is connection 11 and 12. So that's the 5-volt regulator, which we had the massive ripple on. Ah, interesting. Quite possibly, yeah, that could have been it. High current draw from the regulator. And still managing it somehow. Let's try and get this probe set up so I'm not in the way of it. Yeah, it's probably good enough. Trying to remember what to pin out. So I think left was in, right was out. Center is the common, apart from negative regulators where the center is the output. I think I got it right. I'll actually check all the pins and see what we get. Power is on. Let's check the voltage across all these regulators and see what we're getting. So the left pin of this one over here, getting nothing. Middle pin, minus 10.4. Right pin, minus 5. That's looking good. So over here, left pin, 8.6. Middle pin, nothing. Right pin, 5 volts. That's looking alright. So over here, 8.6. Middle pin, nothing. Right pin, 5 volts. Then over here we've got a 24 volt regulator, which is IC34, which is a bit harder to get under the pins. So let's check the left pin. 29 volts, that's a decent overhead. And the right pin I think is going to there. 23.9. Yeah, I mean those voltages are all looking fine. So that's looking alright at least. So now I've actually separated those two legs. Let's see if the ripple's still the same. That's funny. You taught the teacher how to solder properly. Funny. Okay. Let's check this ripple again in case it's changed. I'll just test it. It's still the same. Ripple's the same. I didn't check the other capacitor before. That's 650 millivolts as well. 660 millivolts. Yeah. Yeah. So the 470 microfarad and the 2200 microfarad are both got 650 millivolts of ripple, and the 4700's got 1.7 volts of ripple. But that looks right. Actually, we're going to check on the regulators, don't we? So let's actually move this down here a little bit. Trying to drop the probe under anything. But we're not close enough. Let's put it down here. Okay. That's the input. The output's looking fine. There's nothing showing up in the output. That's the input at 1.7. Output. It's fine. Nothing showing up. Input 1.7, output is fine, nothing showing up. And then we've got the regulator over here somewhere, which I think is there. Nothing showing up. If that is even it, it might not be it. I'm not sure that was a regulator. Trying to see where it is. Over here. Right. So the output from that regulator there, nothing showing up. Yeah. So ripple after the regulators is fine, which is what you'd expect. So I just tested ripple on these regulators, and the outputs, they're all looking perfectly fine. Nothing coming out the upside. Nothing noticeable. I mean, I've got the trigger set to like 300 millivolts or something like that. There's nothing showing up, so regular output's fine. And the ripple on the inputs to regulators hasn't changed. So we've got 630 millivolts, or sorry, 650 millivolts across that capacitor there, 650 on that capacitor, and that one there has got the 1.7 volts ripple. But the regulators are taking it out. They don't care. So it's a non-issue. My wife's just bought me a coffee and a snack. I think it's time for a break. So, ripples are not an issue, but I still have the issue with that other channel. Now, it could still be because of that regulator pins touching together. It could have been I disturbed those. So I think we should retest those again now and see if anything's changed, just in case something has changed. If it's channel B still not working correctly on that higher frequencies, then we'll have to go digging deeper. I have a mince pie. Toss this in the way. That's still not happy. Just trying different voltage levels in case it matters. Right down to 10 millivolts now, and it's still seeing it. So it's 50 millivolts and 100 millivolts. So yeah, that should be plenty of signal level. Everything's a bit wonky now. Here we go. Okay. Try and go time. Hey Greg. Give it some more time. I'll take 20 seconds and see if the gate time has any impact on this. No. It does not. Is it dropping down? It is dropping down. So it's this count is dropping. So it's just consistently dropping down. It was over 460 before. Well, it was actually 480 something before, wasn't it? But it's dropping, dropping, dropping. That could be a clue. If something is drifting off like that, although nothing was particularly hot, maybe something is getting hot enough to upset the counting. Let's have a look. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. Free spray. Let's see if anything changes when I spray some stuff. Nothing there. Oh, something changed then. See that? Okay. You're close there. That chip right there. There we go. Look at that. It's counting correctly now. Let's have to keep spraying it. Okay. Now, could that just be a bad solder joint? Because, yeah, it could be. Thermal solder joint issue. Look at that, it's rock solid now. It's wrong, but it's rock solid. Hey Chris, I mean I could do that sort of thing and go into that level of detail, but that's digging a bit deeper than I want to go right now. We get both using one, maybe. It's staying rock solid. It's rock solid right now. So I'll explain why I was spraying. First I sprayed up here where that resistor was because that was hot, right? Then I sprayed that chip, nothing happened. And then I sprayed in that area generally. I think I sprayed that chip. Yeah, that chip around here. And this is when it changed. So something in this area here, it could even be that chip on the back there, might be that one, is in this area here somewhere where I sprayed, and then it came right. Actually, I should record video on that. So it's in this area here is where I sprayed. So I tried up here first in this resistor, because that resistor there was measuring quite hot. So I tried that first, that didn't change anything. Then I tried this chip, that didn't seem to change anything. I tried that one, didn't seem to change anything. And I think I did this one, and then it changed. Or then I looked up and it changed. So it was in this area here somewhere. And I sprayed in this area in general, and now it's going off again. Great, we can check that again. We can check it in some more detail. So I think we just need to use this thing only in a cold environment. See the fact it's dropping down now. So if I stick my finger on this chip, no. On that trimmer, no. There's an array here. Oh yeah, look at that, moving that array. Ah, there's a thin film array on here, or some kind of device, and that is not looking like it's doing very well. It seems a bit, yeah, moving this array around is changing that reading. Okay. Yeah, if I push down on it, it changes. Lift it up a little bit, it changes. Pushing it, changes it. Pushing somewhere else, not so much. So it's like this thin film thing here. Yeah, I think this thing here is the issue. Because I'm touching that, moving it around, and it's changing by quite a bit. So it could just be a bad solder joint. Let's just spray just that bit and see if it changes. Yep, see, it's changed. Yep. But could this be solder joints? If I spray the solder joints, bear in mind I've moved it around now. There we go. Yeah, I think I should resolder that chip and see what happens. It's OM335. Oh Jesus, OM module. Oh no. I recognise that from the bloody Marconi stuff. Yeah, anyway, we resoldered a chip. OM335, bloody hell. I know these OM modules have problems on the Marconi things. I've never had to change one yet. I did get some spares with the help of Chris, All the Gear, No Gear. What can I say? All the Gear, No Idea. He sent some to me on my behalf. He did me a favour there. So let's have a quick look around here so I can see any problems. Titanium, yes, exactly. So if that's gone, it's like, yeah, forget it. Solder joints look perfect. I was looking at the solder joints in that IC there, and all this area looks absolutely beautiful. It's all nice and shiny. There's nothing there looking even slightly dodgy. Yeah, I can't see anything which stands out as being bad. I'm going to resolder it anyway, but that's not looking very promising. Oh, let's do it anyway. Well, I should record video, shouldn't I? But my hand's likely to be in the way anyway. Now I've lost where it is. Again. Yeah, okay. Well, let's resolder it, even though it looks fine. Let's resolder it anyway, you never know. It's just here. Right, let's try it again. Although now it's warm, I don't know, it might be worse if it's warm now. Oh, in 345. No, yeah. I've got some like remade ones. I think it's the 345s. Don't remember exactly. Well, plug that back in again and see what happens. Don't forget it's going to be warm for me soldering it. I just kind of want you to see if it was going to drift around or not. I would have thought warmth would have made it worse if it's being improved by cold. Anyway, we'll see. It is drifting around, it's definitely not stable. If it is that module, this is likely the end of the device, because that would be probably impossible to get one. Yes, it's drifting. Yeah, look at that. Off it goes. Now, we're not 100% sure it is that device, but it's quite likely based on how it's behaving. So I'm going to do some more spraying, just in case it isn't exactly that. You never know. Could be something near it. There's a device right there. Let's just spray that. No. It's going to near it on the board. Look at that. Okay. So that wasn't actually on the device. That was near it. Okay. Things are looking more promising. Things are looking more promising. Let's get some hot air here. Let's try and accelerate this process a little bit instead of waiting for it to cool down. Or warm up again. Let's get some hot air. Which has got a big nozzle. Warm it up. Instantly gone. Look at that. Wow, that was fast. Okay, let's spray that chip. Not that chip. Capacitor. That capacitor right there. Instantly came back. Right there. Okay. Wow, that's really effective. Okay. There's a resistor right here. No. No. Resistors I'd check first because, yeah, let's right on that resistor. but it didn't completely cure it. It's near it. There's a diode right there. It's amazing how quick that changes. So, diode right there. Instantly. Okay, it looks like it's that diode. Or something really close to that diode. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Could be like a 1 in 60 or something detector diode. Could be, eh? I have to look at the diagrams. So, this is where I've been spraying. And when I sprayed on that capacitor, it instantly came right. So I tried each of these resistors, that didn't do it. I tried that resistor, didn't do it. As soon as I spray on this diode, it instantly comes back. So it could be a bad solder joint on this diode, but it's more likely that diode there's bad. So it looks like that's D17. I think that's 17. So I'll be looking at that. And if we're lucky, it's something like a 1 in 60 or something like that. Not sure if it is, but it could be. So what I could actually do is try touching that directly with a soldering iron and see if that throws it out. If I touch only that device, nothing else. So what I'm going to do right now is just get my soldering iron and touch that diode with it. If I touch that diode, nothing else, and that goes completely crazy, we know it's definitely a diode. Although having the ambient heating from the iron might affect it as well. Yep, diode. I'm pretty sure it's diode. Let's look. We'll try and find anything on diagrams now. D17. Now, is it here somewhere? It may or may not be. It's D38. D37. I'm not sure it's on this diagram, it might be a different diagram. I think it's a different diagram. Okay, let's find a different page from this one. I'm not sure exactly where I'm looking. I was going to look generally and to see if I can find it. There's not that many diagrams after all on that page. Look on the right border would be useful though. That's, I'm not sure which board that is. Second processor. I don't think that's the right board. There might be the subboard which is in there. I'm not sure. I'll see if I can see a D17 laying around. D9, D11, nah. Page 93 in the PDF. Okay. I thought that was the layout. Or was it? I don't know. You reckon page 93? I'll get there in a second. As soon as I go past the other pages. Might not be the same on a PCB layout. Yeah, okay, well, yeah, 93 was a PCB layout. At least it was on the other page. This one's different. This is a different diagram, different manual. Parts list. Okay, where's D? I don't see D in here. Oh, over here. D 1718 silicon. That's useful. Silicon. Silicon what? Well, at least it's not germanium. A germanium would be what I thought it'd be, which is a 1 in 60. Based on the band and the appearance of it. But maybe it's just a silicon diode of some kind. I don't know. What's that bloody part number? 221033. Let's try and look this up. Apparently, well, the AI overview on Google says it's a 5082-2811. And it even mentions the Fluke counters. It's a Schottky barrier diode. Okay. So I reckon there's a 1N5711 or a 1N4148 as a potential substitute. Potentially. Not ideal. Let's try and find a diagram, see what it looks like it's doing. Right, there's D18. We're close. D17. What is that doing? It's also an 18 picofarad capacitor it's linked to as well. That's also a potential suspect. One N4148. Well, the actual package doesn't look like a 1N4148, but obviously it's an older style. But yeah, okay. Well, this isn't looking like it's particularly. It's going between some active devices. It's going in this direction as it's passing a negative. Yeah, I think I should swap that out. What else I think I should do is take some screenshots of this diagram for the video. Grab a screenshot of that. And then zoom in a bit. Maybe not quite that much. And I'll grab a screenshot. I'll probably already have. Yeah, I'll grab a screenshot of that as well. So yeah, I reckon I should try swapping that the diode out. I mean, there's that capacitor right next to it. I mean, if that capacitor's gone bad, that could also be related. Maybe I'm transferring heat through to the capacitor. So C46, I think we should check that as well. 5461, I just want to check those two resistors. There's a 59 here as well. I just want to check these because they're the ones I did try calling. But I'm pretty sure it's that diode. Pretty sure. That's 105. Where's the layout? There it is there. On this particular one, it's page 104. So there's D17. I did R77 and 76. 59 and 60 are here. And that's C53 there. C58 here. So nowhere near it. 46 and 53 I'm looking for. C46 is up here. That's C53 right next to it. I mean, C53 is really close. So that is definitely something to be suspicious of. It could be radiated heat, don't forget. That's that one. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure it is the diode. Not 100%, probably 95% sure it's the diode. Yeah, this diode logic, there's no, it's a signal transferring through there. There's no RF going through it, so it's not like a detection diode really. Hey Curie, how's it going? Okay, we'll do that. We'll swap D17 out and see if that fixes it. Well, it could be DC blocking. I mean, it could be that there is something going through there. I mean, this is a channel. Here we go. This may make a bit more sense. So, channel B input comes in. Got a relay switching. Got a detector of some kind. That might be the OM335. There's still that interesting aspect though, when I was moving it around, it would change it. Still not sure, we don't have two problems, actually. Or maybe it's flexing a board enough to affect this. Maybe, I mean, is that too far away? I was moving this, and it's a little bit of distance away. Moving it around probably wasn't flexing that much. Yeah. So that's the OM335. So there must be RF coming through here. Probably that's the what's coming in here. It's 5 volts there. Is it? Yeah, that's power coming in. There's power coming in. There must be some RF coming through here. I've got diodes here and here. So it's attenuator control, level control. It's interesting. I reckon it's still safe to try change it to the standard silicon diode and see what happens. Yeah. Main gate. There's gate control here. Yeah, channel B, 5 volts. Multiplier goes in here. Yeah, I haven't read the circuit theory or anything on this, but we definitely narrowed it down to somewhere in this area. I'm suspicious that moving that around affected it. I mean, the solder joints all look perfect on this board, so I'm doubtful it's a bad solder joint. But yeah, I'm going to just try poking around here a little bit more in that area of that D17. Check that C46 and things like that. Just try some other components nearby. I might try a colder soldering iron and just see, so there's this heat, ambient heat around it as I'm going in the area. Yeah, I might just do that. Just try and be sure it's not that capacitor instead. Because that capacitor short out, it could be causing problems because of passing DC through it when it should only be passing RF. Potentially. That's a 5 volt rail here, which is like a pull up, so it's giving biasing. So it's biasing upwards. But then we've got reverse polarity on that, so yeah. So it's trying to give a level high enough to trigger this properly. Then using that to try and detect the RF only. I'm not certain it's not the capacitor, but I'm going to go back and poke that again and see if we can get anywhere else. In case anything else shows up, we'll try that again. Just a little bit more detail. And let's change views. I think my camera just turned off. I think it did. Yes, it did. Let's wake it back up. So let's dim my iron at a much lower temperature, so there's no ambient heat, hopefully, or less ambient heat. Right. So I'm just going to narrow this down some more. I'm 95% sure it's that diode, but not 100% sure. So there's a capacitor right next to it. So I'm just going to try heating that capacitor. No reaction. I've got the iron set to 100 degrees now, so it's much less sensitive for the circuitry around it. Let's touch the diode body again. Instantly changed. There's a resistor right behind that diode. No, that didn't change it. There's a device here, active device, no. Tantalum, no. Resistor right above the diode. That did make an effect. but not the same effect as touching the diode itself. Yeah. So testing the heating up the resistor directly above that diode is affecting it. But then the diode itself is having the greatest effect. I'm pretty sure it's a diode. Yes, as far as Schottky barrier diode, yeah. So I'm not sure what I've got around as far as those kinds of weird types. I've got all sorts of other stuff, but I don't know exactly what it is. Trying to find what diode is in here, so I'd be sold the damn thing. There we go. Okay, where is it? I'll try and find it. That's going to be fun. It's almost in line with the IC leg. Okay, let's base it off that. Okay, there. There and there. Yeah, 104 and 48, so I don't know if it's going to be good enough. But that's what the AI reckons it should be used for, or could be used for. Well, let's get this thing out. Make it out of the polarity. Kind of need to know that. Okay, banded end is marked. That's good. I'm just removing that diode now. Desoldered it, it's got lifted out. Then we'll try a 1N4148 and see if that works. It may or may not. Yeah, 1N4148. I do have some shot keys and some. I don't know if any signal shot keys. No, there's a power shot keys. Got some 1N60p. Those might be equivalent. They might be. I will try this first. Let's solder this thing back in again. Or rather solder it in. Not exactly back in, it's the first time it's been in there. Then we'll try it again. Let's see if it solved the problem or not. We'll see. Yeah, 560 megahertz is the rating for this thing, so it should be alright. Where's my colours gone? Here they are. But I don't know, maybe you're right, I don't know. I guess we'll find out soon enough. That's what I'm doing. Ready? Well, just turned it on and am I recording? I'm not recording. Push the button again. So I just turned it on and straight away we're looking good, which is a good sign. Let's try heating the circuit up with the hot air again, see if it goes wacky. Nothing. And before, it was instant when it played up. So that's actually looking like it's probably fixed. Let's leave this on for a while and see if it actually behaves or not. So let's try high frequency. Let's try 550. Oh, okay, frequency. 550 megahertz. Yep, that's working. 600. Yep. 700. Yep. 800. Yep, it's still there. 900. No, I can't do that. 850. No, let's try increasing the level a little bit. No, can't do that high. Okay. 820 megahertz. No. 800. Yeah, okay. 800 looks like an absolute max. Yeah, look at that. Can't do 810. So that's just 560. You can actually do 800. So that's alright. Okay. Back down to 500 again. So doing the same like for like comparison. But that's looking good. It appears it's fixed. Yeah, like I say, that's a fair point about, they say, just silicon diode. So probably just a generic silicon diode is fine. The part they chose is probably the something they had lots of, and they were cheap. And to keep the BOM cost down, they used the same part for that. It may not have been particularly critical. But I mean, this 1N4148 seems to be working just fine. One in 60p is 1 nanosecond. Okay. What did it say the other one was? Um, 4 to 8 nanosecond. Okay. Well, it's looking fine. I mean, that's working. Obviously, the things are drifting because the oven warming up or whatever. We can trim that. I should get my rubidium out actually and get it warming up. We'll trim it to that. This frequency generator I'm using now is a Marconi 2022, and that's a string of its own ovenized oscillator. It's pretty close, but it's not perfect. I do have rubidium and stuff like that, but I don't run them all the time. I just run them when I want to use them. I don't want to age them, because it's not the sort of thing I use very often. But I mean, that's looking pretty good. Also, the fact we've got air currents flying around as well, they could be affecting it slightly too, you know, affecting the circuitry temperature. So that's looking alright now. I'm going to put this back together, put the covers back on again, let it warm up, and then we'll adjust the oven oscillator. Although, I don't feel any heat on that. Maybe it's not an oven. Can someone look up the standards? I know somebody got the PDF open. Can you look up what the options are for this? This had option 2, option 4B, and something else. Just look at what the options are. Option 9. Yeah, 2, 4B, and 9. Just let us know what those options are supposed to be. Let's put the covers back on this thing. I'm pretty confident it's fixed. The bottom cover's looking a bit sad. I think I might need to straighten it out a little bit. The top cover looks alright. Oh, drop the tiny tablet off the table would be great. Did this only go a certain way around, or does it matter? It might be going either way. If I had option 22, be trying to leave the air force. I'm not quite sure what that one is. You've lost me with that comment. Potentially too intellectual for me. Anyone found the options yet? So this panel really needs fixing. I think I need to sort this out before I put that back on. Might be hammer time. And there's a riveted on. Oh, awesome. So I can't even take the studs fully out to panel beat around them properly. Right. Might have been getting completely off. No, he still lost me, man. I think it's... I don't know. Anyway. Panel beat this and get this flat before we put it back on. And hopefully not drop it inside the thing which is currently turned on and blow something else up. Right. Option 9, low frequency multiplier, okay. There's that switch, which I should look at some point. I'm just going to set on it, okay. Option 4, alternative frequency standards. Okay, yeah, but which one is it? Is it because this has got 4B? Does it say which one 4B is? I'd like to know which reference it's got. Not to look at record, do you? You buy something. Well, I'm going to panel beat this thing before I put it back on. I'm just taking the feet off it because it's all warped and bent. Now this is going to be noisy, but I want to flatten this back out again before I refit it. I don't think I'll show you because it is going to be noisy. But you can imagine what hitting the hammer sounds like, don't you? It'd be a bit like that, only noisier. Sorry guys. Unfortunately, you guys can't get away from it. At least it won't take long. It's one of the things we're having this matting on the desk because it's got a little bit of give in it. It's bent very slightly, it's got a bit of compression. Trying to hammer things like this is actually quite good because in order to get things flat, you have to kind of overextend it back the other way. So if it's something bowed up this way, to get it come flat again, you've got to go that way a little bit so when it relaxes it comes back. And having this slightly soft desk actually helps with that. I found it works quite well. It's not perfect, but it definitely helps. Order. Cheeseburger. Yeah. That's probably good enough. Probably good enough. It's got a bit of a bow in it. Just here. Probably good enough. I think that'll do. Put the feedback on. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm probably going to have to, like, once I've got the thing back on the unit, it's probably going to wobble a bit anyway. So there's a fair chance I might need to sort of bang it around a little bit to bed it back in. As we'll see. Oh, 4B is an oven standard. Okay, excellent. Thanks for that. And it looked like an oven to me, but I'm not feeling any heat in it, which is the interesting part. It could just be really well insulated. I mean, one way you can actually check for that 80 Tron heat is actually looking at the current draw. So we first turn off the cold, see what the current is, and go from there. Doesn't want to sit in there like that, does it? There we go. Right. It's a strange case design. Actually, I guess what I'll do is, yeah, I'll turn the power off and then we'll look at the current draw, then we power it back up again, and we should see the current reduce when it stops heating. obviously there's some heat in it now. It'll take a little while to cool down, but we should still be able to base it on that. If we see it having a higher current draw initially, which then drops off, we know that the oven is actually working, even though we can't see that from the outside of the oven. Yeah, on the 9421. Okay. I can't understand what Catch 22 is. I just wasn't quite sure what you were referencing before. No, they're missing a bit. One of them fell off when I was actually playing with the thing. I've actually lost it now. There it is. And that has come off. I was thinking about making a 3D model of it, maybe during the live stream, but now I'm not sure if I'm going to do it in the live stream or not. But yeah, there's a little piece which is supposed to be on it. One was already missing, and this one fell off when I touched it. So yeah, I could easily make new ones up. Just model some and 3D print some out. But, yeah, I may even have some switches I can actually put on there. They might be the right ones, but I might have something I can actually put on instead of modelling or something. 4B is the best oscillator. Excellent. So that just left, was it option 2, was it? What was the option 2? Did it say what it was? I can't remember. Didn't break out Dremel, no, not this time. Bit of a wobble. That could be my desk though. I know it's not dead flat. Okay. Let's turn this off. Let's turn the scope off. Don't need that running now. I measure stuff up, so I actually wish I had a little 3D scanner. I know you can get them. I really wish I had one. They're not perfect, but they give you, a really good starting point, I suppose. But anything I make 3D printed, I manually measure it up. Can't even say it. I manually measure it up. So using one of these. So that's what I'll do. Is I just measure with that and approximate something, get something which is close enough. I mean, for me, I'm not trying to replicate the original exactly. I just want something which is like the original. It doesn't have to be perfect. In some cases, I actually modify the design to try and make them more robust as well and make a bit more, if something's failed for some reason, I'll try and design it to make that aspect stronger so it doesn't fail again. But obviously the problem is, when you replace things like this, those originally were injection molded. And so naturally they're quite strong. And when you're doing 3D printing, the 3D prints aren't the same quality, they're not the same material, they're not the same strength. So sometimes you have to try and allow a lot extra to try and build those back up again so the 3D print model or the 3D print version of that part doesn't also fail, but in some other way. The oven is only on when the switch is on. There's no power draw with the switch off. I've turned the main supply off over here, so there's no power going to the unit at all. Okay, that's enough time to let it cool down a little bit. What do you reckon? This low frequency multiplier thing. No, it does. That mean only does up to 25 kilohertz. Maybe we'll look at that. Right, let's try powering this up with a cold start and we'll see what we get. Right, let's do a cold start on this thing and we'll see what current we get. I'm hoping that we can see the oven working, and so it'll be higher current when it first turns on, and then after a while the oven will turn off and you'll see the current draw drop. That's what I'm hoping to see. If we don't see a current reduction, then there could be an issue with the oven still. Don't forget the frequency is off, but it's not off by a huge amount. If it was off by a kilohertz or so, then I'd be thinking, okay, we've got a problem there with the oven, it's way off, but it's only off by a small amount, so I think that's purely an adjustment issue. It could be someone's already adjusted it even though the oven's dead. That's also possible. I've come across that before. So anyway, we'll try and see what happens. So right now we're getting 24 watts. That's what we saw at the very beginning when we first powered it up. So we're getting 24 watts, and before I turned it off we were seeing about 19 watts. So that frequency there I expect to see shifting and then stabilise. So as the oven warms up, that should get closer and then the current will drop when it stabilises. So that's what I'm expecting to see. And if it does that, then the oven's working correctly. I don't think I've recorded the whole process. Maybe it will. It looks like it's getting close. Oh, mind you, I've still got that much to go yet. I'm still doing 500 megahertz. I'll come back once it's had a chance to stabilise. It could take a little while. "3D printing is plastic holding hands." Yeah. Injection molding and interlocking arms. Kind of. That's a very simplified view, definitely. You got who you're talking to. Yeah, well. Right. Well, it's getting there. Still doing 24 watts. Just adjust this a bit, make it a bit bigger to see. Well, they had focus on this, isn't it? Right, let's get in there. It's behaving exactly the way I expect it to right now, so there's a really good chance it's fine. Right, BCD option, remote control. Ah, okay, right, thanks for that. Yep. Yeah. I did notice those connections on the back there, so yeah, that explains that one. It's taking a long time to get there, but it is still going. Also, you've got a quite a weak heater, which is in a way a good thing because it means it's a gentle change in delta rather than a rapid one. Yeah, you are definitely late to the party. It's fine. You missed a good bit where I actually fixed the thing. Well, I think I fixed it. Pretty confident I fixed it. Now I've lost the part I took out. Oh, there it is. I'll put that in there. Yeah, I mean, it's getting there. We had, was it 98 before, eh? It was, we had it down here. So yeah, actually really close to being stable actually. That's kind of where we were before. Oh, okay. On dinner duty. This wattage is dropping down. And this is slowing down. It's going downwards now. So I think the oven is basically off. You're starting to ramping back down again. So yeah, I think we're at the point now where the oven is just at that plateau where it's starting to settle out. Yeah, okay. So looking at this now, the wattage has started dropping, and this temperature was going up. This frequency was going up, and now it's coming back down again, just very slowly. So I think it's the point now where the oven is starting to control itself. It's just got that PID control effectively, I suppose. Probably not complicated, but you know, it's a switching system. And so now it's reached that point, and now it's cooling down again now a little bit because it's reached a temperature it's expecting. Then it will come to a point where it will turn back on again, and this frequency will start going up again. You might see an extra watt or so here. It won't turn on fully, I expect. I think it will just turn on slightly, and it will just try and maintain that set temperature. So it should stabilise. I'm not quite sure how well it will stabilise. Oven eyes aren't perfect, but they're not bad. I'm not sure how precise this will end up sitting at when it actually does settle down, but yeah. So it does look like it's actually being controlled properly. The watch has dropped. This came up in frequency, and now it's dropping back down again. Now the heater's turned off. Everything's working exactly how I expect it to. Yeah, you missed everything. Yeah, you missed everything. That part there. That part there. And for once, it wasn't a capacitor. It's disappointing. I have to do a new shirt now. And now I'll have to do a new shirt saying it was the diode. It was the diode. I think I should do a new shirt. It was the diode. Yeah. It's only 11:30. I could probably work on something else yet. I'm just monitoring this right now to see if this is stabilising, behaving correctly. It does seem to be. I just want to see if this settles down to, then we'll adjust it. Actually, I was going to get my rubidium out, wasn't I? Let's get the rubidium out and get that warming up. Rubidium warming up. It'll take a while. I just want to see if this stabilises, and then I'll try tuning it. It's stabilising now. It's reaching that equilibrium point. That's the word I'm trying to find. It's reaching equilibrium. So it's changing of 1 hertz, right? That's the time base we're talking about there in hertz. So megahertz, kilohertz, hertz. So 960 hertz. So change by 1 hertz. It hurts a lot. 20 minutes getting spec. Yeah. I mean, it's on par with that, isn't it? It's still stabilising. The wattage has now dropped down to 19.8. So it's still doing something there. No, I haven't done a video on this one yet. Well, I featured it in a... Well, I recorded a video yesterday unpacking the thing. I did cover this at the very beginning when I started the live stream. I was basically given this. So I did some CB work for someone, which you may have seen a video for the other day. I did a video about a CB which I had to repair. It was supposed to be an alignment, but it ended up being a fault. So I ended up having to fix that. And the guy actually said to me originally that he sent this to me as well with that CB. And the original discussion we'd had is that he sent this to me to see if I can fix it and see what's wrong with it. And the original intention was to have a bit of play with it and see if I could find out what's wrong with it and then send it back with the radio if it wasn't a big deal. But then because that radio ended up being more than just an alignment, ended up being 5 hours of work to fix it, it already said to me I could keep this thing. And I said, okay, in that case, I will keep it, instead of him paying me money to fix the radio. So I basically got paid in this Friggs encounter. So, he didn't have to spend... The only money I asked him to spend was return postage. So it didn't actually cost me any money to do that work. So I got to pay for return postage, and I basically got this for doing that repair work. So that's where it came from. But, yeah, I've got no real use for it. I've got other Friggs encounters, and I've got other bits and pieces. I don't need this. Let's go one more digit. And, I've got no use for it, so I do plan to get rid of it. I do plan to sell it, I think. I just want to be sure it's okay. I'm going to adjust it and get it as good as I can and make sure I'm comfortable selling it. I don't want to sell something which is 40. And then I'll put it on Trade Me, which is the New Zealand auction site, and try and sell it. So I don't know what to sell it for. I'll have to look it up and see what it's actually worth, but it's probably not worth much. A couple $100 maybe, I don't know. Yes, I do talk fast. I'm a fast talker. And I get comments about that quite often in my videos saying I'm talking too quickly. But yeah, that's just the way I am. You got 9900. Okay. That signal is currently coming from my Marconi 2022 signal generator. Well, it's 2022D it is. That's just using its own ovenized oscillator as well, so that's not dead stable either. So that could have some slight fluctuations as well as what this is doing, combined. But you can see this is stabilised quite well now. Obviously, we've got a 10-second time on it. But even that 10 seconds, they changed by 1 millihertz. Is that right? Kilohertz? Yeah. 100 millihertz. Yeah, so that's pretty much stabilised now. That's pretty good. And once rubidium's warmed up, then we'll chuck it on the rubidium and we'll see what that reads out and then adjust the internal oscillator on this to match the rubidium. And that'll be good enough. And it's an OCXO, it's not going to be perfect anyway, but you can see this stabilised quite well. So it did take probably 20 minutes to go from that short time power off to stabilise. It would have been about 20 minutes. Yeah, trying to get decent gear, or trying to get any gear to do videos about, is a pain. Which is why I was quite happy in a way to get this, even though this is of absolutely no use to me. Getting this piece of equipment for free, basically, apart from my time, was great, because it means I could do a video, and I've done a live stream about it as well. So this is going to be, win-win, I suppose. Live stream and a video. Just record some more video actually. So I've shifted this over to a 10-second time base now, or gate time, and so you can see this is stabilising quite well now. So that's kilohertz, that's hertz, that's 100 millihertz. So we're only changing the last couple of digits very slowly and very slightly. It's stabilised quite well now. It's probably sort of 20 minutes or so now, maybe just over that. And yeah, see, let's change by 1 count. So that's stabilised quite well. So it looks like it's behaving exactly the way it should be. Now I'm currently warming up my rubidium standard, just here, warming this thing up. Once that's warmed up, I'll connect this up to it. I'll check it against that. It's a 10 megahertz reference. And then we'll adjust the OCXO to suit the rubidium. So this should be as accurate as I can get it. I do actually have a GPS DO, but I don't have that set up because, well, in this room here I don't get satellite signal. So, you know, you don't really get GPS signal in here. I have tried, it just didn't work very well. So I'll just use rubidium for this sort of thing because it's fine, it's good enough. This is, you know, running out of digits anyway. This rubidium's going to go far beyond what this can do. It'll be fine. Okay, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, so like I said, I've got absolutely no use for this thing, so I will be getting rid of it. But I thought it'd make a good video in the end, you know, and then I think it has. So let's actually check this transistor out. Let's check this diode out. There we go. Check on this. See what this thinks of it. Oh, it's still got transistors attached to it. That's interesting. Okay. It says 0.477 volts drop. Now if I hold it between my fingers, warm it up a little bit. We'll test it again. 0.474. Okay, well, I'll spray some freeze spray on it. It's almost a waste, but I'll do some anyway. Bit of freeze spray on it. Check it again. 492. Looks reasonable. So I don't know. Out of circuit, it looked okay, but it definitely wasn't, was it? I could put some heat onto it as well. I mean, heat was what was really throwing it out, wasn't it? Let's chuck some hot air on it. That should plenty. Ah, that's fine. It's testing okay now. Could it have been a solder joint? Oh, maybe. No, I mean, this is measuring okay. But obviously, it definitely wasn't in circuit. When it was in circuit, it was not playing up. It was not behaving correctly. So, yeah. Maybe it was the. I mean, maybe it was a solder joint. Maybe it wasn't that part at all. Put it back in. No. I have to take all the screws back out. Well, even when I heated it when I heated it with the iron, it failed. So heating it wasn't creating it; it was making it worse. Cooling it was making it better. $20 in time for a 10-cent part. A bit more than $20 in time. Yeah, anyway. Rubidium is warmed up. Let's change cables. I mean, it's not going to be perfect, but it's still going to have a little bit of settling. But it's going to be really, really close. Alright, see what we get. Yeah, just a little bit off. Give one more update. Yep, that has changed then. So I hooked up rubidium, and this is what we're getting on that long time base, on that long gate time, 10 seconds. Yeah. So let's just this is still, you know, you need to stabilise. It hasn't been on for like that long, 5 minutes maybe. So it's still not perfect. It's still going to be settling a little bit. But let's just go to a short gate time and make it easy to adjust, and we'll trim it on the back, and we'll try and get this thing adjusted. $40. I wish my time was worth that little. Anyway, do I? I don't know. Maybe I had more free time if my time was worth a little. Right, let's untangle these bloody wires I've got everywhere. Everything's getting tangled up. Because I want to see the front panel whilst adjusting it. Of course, now I've turned it sideways, it's going to affect all the oscillator and everything, so you know it's going to affect the calibration because I've turned it sideways. Alright, what screwdriver do I need for this? Can't bloody see. Okay. Flat blade. Let's try using this. There's a coarse and fine adjustment. We'll try the coarse one first. I get the thing into the screwdriver slot. I know there's a slot in there somewhere. There it is. And that's not really adjusting. Yes, indeed. Indeed, in being a hobbyist. That's exactly true. It's not about doing the job, it's about knowing where to hit it. When we're adjusting the course, and that was actually screwed right down. And this isn't changing. Maybe we can see some changing here. No? So I'm screwing it back the other way where it was before. This is not looking good. This could be a sign of a problem. So that's screwed right down and we're not there. Let's do the fine one. That was actually out of adjustment when I started. So should we call V on this? So I was just trying to adjust the course adjustment and I can only turn it down. I couldn't actually increase the frequency, which is a bad sign. It was already fully maxed out when I started. I'm going to try the same thing with the fine adjustment and see if that does anything. If I can get back in the screwdriver slot, which I've just lost. Come on, where's the slot gone? Trying to do a feel. There we go. Back in. Now, turning it is not doing much at all. It might have an issue with the oscillator. May not be fixed yet. I've just lost the screwdriver slot again. Yeah, let's do the finds all the way in. Let's go along with gate time and we'll see what we get from that. It's going to take a minute. Well, 20 seconds to get a proper gate count. 641, let's wait till the next count. Then I'll turn it and see what we get. Okay, 595, let's wind it out. This is the fine adjustment I'm doing right now. That's all the way out. Check the next gate. .585. So yeah, that's not adjusting. So basically the fine and the coarse are fully wound in. So that's not good because that means it can't actually be tuned to the correct frequency. Which means there's an issue with the OCXO. So that's on 960 now. Let's undo the course again. Go all the way out of the course one. That's out all the way on the course. Let's see what we get. Yeah, see that adjustment range is quite small, as it should be, and we're nowhere near where we should be on the frequency. Right. So there is a problem. Yes, definitely a problem. And that's all the way back in again. Damn, I've got to take it back apart. Check my standard? Well, yes, I could do that too, but the fact that it came with these fully adjusted in, and that's where it is now, means it's probably someone else has already tried to adjust these. Now, I do have my record data counter up here, warming up. In fact, it's been warming up for hours. So we can plug this into that and verify the OCXO. Well, might verify the rubidium is okay. Let's do this. Well, this is saying 9.999999992 on my record data 1992. So yes, my device here is working correctly. Yeah, so I'm confident that's good. This is not. And the record data is counter on my bench here. That's got a OCX on it as well. Good to check that, yes, definitely. It's always a good idea to double check, just to be absolutely sure there's not something wrong. That's a very good point. Those things do go wrong sometimes. Try the A input. Yes, indeed, this will do that frequency. Same error. So let's try the A input just in case there's something weird thing with the B input. A input has also got the same issue, no difference. So that verifies that the reference has got a problem. You slipped an angle grinder last year, almost got an extra digit. Ooh. Yeah, that's scary. See the scar on my finger here? That one there, the one's right across there, like that. I don't know if you can see it well. I'm not, I don't think you can see it. Yeah, that's a hole saw. Almost cut my finger off the hole saw. That was fun. Yeah, I did the fine adjustment. That's doing very little. It was adjusting, but not by very much, as it should be. So yeah, we've got an issue with this still. Let's get rid of this again for now. We know that's okay. We know we can't adjust it, so we have an issue. Let's just try and get rid of some equipment out of the way so it's not so crowded around here. So, not quite finished yet. More than one fault. Ooh, that sounds bad too. And a blender. Pick it up 10 inches or so, then let it go. No. I'll just, maybe that's why the oil's on the bottom. Maybe that's why this is all bent. Because someone already tried that. Now all these feet were pushed inwards. Maybe that's what it was. Alright, let's cool the power of this thing. Let's take it apart again. We're so close to being done. I don't know what we can do about the OCXO. I mean, it counts as it's usable, but it's just not right. I'm trying to get the cover back off again now. That fun job. Right, how the hell do I get this thing out? Two screws there. Looks like it'll slide out the cover once I remove it. It's got 3 wires going to it there. Let's have a close look at this. Right. So this has obviously got an issue. I'm going to have to take the thing out and then try and strip it down and have a look at it. So I'll make some notes about it first. We've got 3 wires going to the back here. White and red to that pin just there. Then we've got a black and white going to the first pin there. And this one here appears to just be a white wire. Can't see any stripes on it. So that's all that's there. I'm guessing the ground is going through the casing. So we'll unscrew it from there. It's got 2 screws there. We'll unmount it. Looks like we've got screws on the sides to take this out of the housing. And then we'll see what we get. If wires fall off, wires fall off. I've repaired OCXOs before. I did one many years ago when I first started the YouTube channel. I was working on a Marconi piece of gear. What the hell was that thing called? I've forgotten what it's called now. It was a modulation thing. Was it RF? Was it a modulation meter or something like that? I think it was. It's one of my very early videos. It's like number 30 or 40 or something, like maybe even less than that. And that had a bad OCXO in it. I had to pull that apart and fix it. I think that was a burnt resistor or something. I can't remember exactly now. Anyway, here's the module. desolder the wires on the other end. Could take it out completely. Maybe I should do that so I can work on it easier. I think I will. Let's just do some video about that. So I've unmounted it, and as expected that came out. I actually got a temptation here to remove the wiring from the main board, because the 3 wires just come down here. So you've got the red at the bottom, black in the middle, and the plain white at the top. So the 3 bottom connections there. So I think I should just take the wires off the board down here, then I can just work on this separately from the main unit. Blue IC is probably a was this the network or something? Where's my solder gone? There it is. Come on, I'll spark him off. There we go. I actually feel I've got a little bit of warmth in it now. I can actually feel warmth in it now. Can feel it when it's attached to the chassis. Right, so as he heat sinking it away. Just do this. Well, module's out. Let's open up and see what we're dealing with inside. I've repaired OCXOs before. It's not the first time I've been inside one. Did one. Actually, I've done 2. I think I've done 2. Did one on an old Marconi unit, a modulation meter thing. I did a video on that many years ago when I first started my YouTube channel. I actually did it partly as well. I did some videos for Simon Spears because he had one of those same units. And I was trying to get some reference video for him so he could help repair his one. And then I think I did it on my 2022D as well. I think that one there was also broken, but that was before I started doing YouTube. Yeah, I've got no video on that one. But that's before I started doing videos. Predates that stuff. I think that one was. Try and remember that one now. Try and remember exactly what I did. So that was like a dozen years ago, 15 years ago. Right. Let's pop this out. It's foam, as expected. It's foam. Hopefully it doesn't turn to dust when I pull it out. Because that can happen, because it's very old. Let's just push it out. I'll really be careful not to damage the foam. Because I want to put it back. Right. Let's open this casing up Actually, before I do that, it's so it is very dusty here. This frame is disintegrating a little bit. Can I get this one out completely? I think it's kind of embedded. There we go. Let's get a close look at this. So you've got an op amp there, another op amp there. There's a trimmer here. Trimmer. Is it accessible from the side? No. Maybe that's what he's doing. And there's those two adjustments there. I don't know which way round it was. I think that's the fine, that's the coarse. I think that's the fine, that's the coarse there. Let's take this cover off. Let's have a look inside there. Maybe not a screwdriver. I don't know if this is actually covered in the service manual. I wonder if it is. I doubt it will be. I doubt this device is in the service manual. It's got a nut in the bottom. Great. They're bolts, not screws. Right. And that's what's inside. Crystal. 1985 date. Got some capacitors in there and some transistors. Obviously that's the heating element and stuff down the bottom there too. That's all the heating circuitry, so it's encased. So, right. Well, I'm wondering if it might be a case of adjusting that trimmer there. That might be like a super coarse adjustment, and then you've got coarse and fine over here. It may be as simple as that. Maybe. Well, that could be an adjustment for level. I'm not going to reverse engineer the thing. So maybe we'll see how these trimmers are set up. In fact, if you look at these, this one here looks different to this one. See that screw there? Now, well, that's right, this one here must have the fine one. Because when I was doing this, I actually wound the fine one back out again a little bit. So, that's the one screwdriver for this. So this one here's the fine adjustment. I thought I'd wind it back out a little bit. Just to put it more towards the midpoint. Yeah. So that's fully in. Just try and put it more towards the midpoint. We'll try and adjust it for that. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I can't get the thing back in the slot again. The slot's awful. Bring it back in a little bit like that. And this one here is the coarse one, which is turned all the way down. So we'll pull this back out a little bit. No, that much. So that's roughly midpoint as well. But yeah, I wonder if this is all we need to do. Where do these wires go to? If I can power it externally, obviously it has to be power and signal, right? If I can power it externally, then I can externally test it, feeding it back into the unit. Let's look at those wire connections and figure out what they do. Then we can hook it up and test it on the bench. Right, what were those connections? Page 93, was it? No, 104 in this book. 104 in this book. So that is wire connection 39, 40 and 41. Just got to find them. I know you can't see what I'm doing right now, but there's not much you can see anyway. Maybe I'll come over here because I could be seeing you for a little bit. There you go. This is the 8 oscillator here. Here we go. 39 is 5 volts. 40 is ground. 41. Here we go. There's the reference there. Okay. So 40 is ground. 39 is 5 volts. Do you remember which way those wires went? I did mention it in the live stream, but I didn't make a note of it. Red was at the bottom, wasn't it? Red was at the bottom. Red, black, white. Was that how it was? I really should have made a physical note of that. Yeah. Pretty sure it's red at the bottom, black, then white. Oh, 104 again. So 39, 40, 41 in that order. .39 red for 5 volts, that sounds good. Black 40 with ground, yeah, that makes sense. Yep. And white is 41, which is output. Great. We'll hook that up on the bench. And it was red, but white, yeah. So now I know what those connections are. We can hook it up on a bench and test it on the bench and see what's going on there as well, and see if that trimmer will adjust. It also shows on here white, white, black, and white, green. Green, we got red. So yeah, it does actually show why those colours in here and where they go to on that connector on the oscillator too. So that is also a clue about which way to go, so that's fine. It's a good verification. It would be nice if the oscillator itself was in the diagrams, but I don't think it is. Do you reckon we get that lucky? Do you reckon the oscillator's in here? There's one of them. It's not the right one, that's the standard oscillator. That's the multiplier. Don't think it's got the optional oscillators in here. Nah, it's only got a standard oscillator listed. That's a shame. Yeah. That's the same as all the other ones. It's like the same board as used in the like 1992s and stuff like that. Okay. Let's come back over here. Oh, you better see what I'm doing. Let's put these in here, as I'm losing them. In fact, I might put the cover back on again. It's part of the heating circuit after all. And this is going to be fiddly. Especially as these are slotted screws, which always makes it harder to do. I think I broke my rod there and tightened it up before I actually the other side in. There you go. Okay. Oh, thanks for dropping by. Have a good sleep. Okay, so hook these up. And I also want to probe the output of this on my other counter. Now I can see what it's doing. Okay. Trying to find myself a lead to use. Behind me here somewhere. Okay, so we go on the counter. Power. Not sure how much current this is going to use. This channel's not particularly powerful, but we'll try this one. Do 1.5 amps max. Obviously, because I don't have the insulation around it, it's not going to stabilise properly. I should probably put some insulation around it. Does I have a hole in the side? No, no hole in the side for the trimmer. So I put half the insulation on, I guess. Better than nothing. suppose I could do that. Power. Counter. This tablet's getting away again. Right, let's power this on. So I'm going to try powering this on the bench. The red wire here is 5 volts. The black one, or the black stripe, is negative, 0 volts. And the plain white wire is the output. So I've got the white wire negative hooked up to my Recordana 1992 counter up there. So I can monitor the output. And obviously this isn't enclosed properly. It's going to not really stabilise very well. But I just want to see if I can get it close. And I want to see if this trimmer does. I want to see what that does. So I don't know where it is sitting right now. I suppose I could measure the resistance across it and find out where it's sitting in natural range, just in case I mess something up by adjusting it. Let's measure across there and there. That's doing 312 ohms for the centre to that side, and 616 ohms that side. So that's a 1K trimmer. Yeah, 1K. So let's get a bit closer so you can see what I'm probing. So centre pin to that side is 616 ohms, and centre pin to this side is 312 ohms. So I know roughly where it is. It's like 2/3 of the way adjusted. Yeah, thanks for hanging around. Have a good sleep. Right, let's power this up, see if it goes bang. That's drawing out 600 milliamps. So I've just powered this up. That's drawing 600 milliamps for the oven, so it's not too bad. Generating 5 megahertz, and we'll see what happens once it warms up a little bit. It could take a while because it's not enclosed, and I can't really adjust it until it is stabilised. So yeah, I'll try and close it some more. Where this is going to go. Not sure if it really helps notch or not. Maybe I'll unclose it and take it off. Maybe I'll do that. If I had a pinhole through the side, might be better. Put a hole through the side where the trimmer is. That might be an option. I'm lifting it off. Anyway, we'll give it a chance to stabilise, warm up. Then we'll see what we get. The frequency is actually going down as it warms up, which is interesting. Anyway. I need another drink. I'll be back in a second. Again, this is still sitting at 5 megahertz. Let's just show you this. So there's my 1992 hooked up to the output, and so you can see what frequency that is currently generating. So yeah, we'll see what it settles down to once it warms up. Hey Tony, how's it going? I've been working on a Rohde 9918 frequency counter. It's quite an old one, and I did have a fault on it which I repaired, and then I found a second fault when I thought I'd finished. I couldn't actually adjust the OCXO to be the correct frequency, so now I'm trying to repair the OCXO. But first I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with it. So I just want to see what this frequency settles down to, so we know what's going on with its high and low in frequency. But this could take 20 minutes, that's the only problem. Or longer, because now it's not actually fully enclosed. So there's the OCXO. And unfortunately, there's no diagrams for it that I can see in the manual. The only diagram in there is for the basic oscillator. The upgraded options like this one aren't in there. So unfortunately it's a 5 MHz OCXO, not a 10 MHz. If it was a 10 MHz, I could just replace it with something else. But I don't have any 5 MHz ones. I mean, obviously it is feasible to just build a circuit around it and do a divide by 2. Put a flip-flop or something on it, or some kind of counter or something like that, so it divides by 2. You could easily do that, and then you get a 10 MHz one, drop it down to 5. That's feasible if this isn't fixable. But I'm sure I'll find a way of fixing it. But first I need to figure out what's going on. As long as I lost a Dremel. Yeah, I know exactly where the Dremel is. I don't know. But anyway. It would be nice to find the circuit diagram for this thing. Standard 9421. Let's see if by any luck we can find a diagram for this. I'll be really surprised. You can watch me Googling. How's that? Rohde. Let's do a search for the part number. OCXO. Well, that AI thing knows what it is. And Google suggesting my own videos to me. That's nice. None of them actually have this unit in, I don't think. Yeah, okay. Let's do a bit more of a search for diagram. Yeah. There's a similar one, 9442. I don't think that went to where I wanted it to go. Oh, it's adverts, of course. This is just a forum post. If anyone can find one which looks similar, it would be good enough. I'm just trying to see what I can find right now. But it would be nice to find the right one. Even if the other model was the same layout, just a different frequency, be something, you know. Oh, it's a fixed standard distribution system. It's not the same bloody thing. But does it have the same reference? You have to bear with me while I look through it. It's not much. Hopefully. Right, circuit diagrams, what we got here. Inputs and stuff. Power supply. More channels. More power supply. More channels. Internal, external, standard switching. Get close. Just looking. I know this is not very exciting. I'm sorry about that, but this doesn't appear to be the same thing. At least not obviously. No. Just trying to find like a diagram that looks like it could be from this module. So far it's got general overall diagram of this particular thing. Don't think it's the right one. Nah. Nah, not that thing. I don't think we're going to have much luck with this somehow. I can only find mentions of the things, nothing else. I should look at a different manual. Maybe I've got another manual which has got this in it if I'm lucky. Let's look at the 1992. I don't think it's the same model though. Let's have a look. I don't think it's the same. I've got 1992 there. I think it's a different board and stuff. But I do remember this thing a big block in some units, so it may not be this one. It might be a different one. And if I find something, I'll change it and show you on screen. But there's no point doing it unless I find something. There's the counter. Come on, show the module, will you? It'd be nice. If I can find the module, it'd make it a bit easier to diagnose it. So it looks like it's still heating. I'm seeing the frequency jumping around a little bit, so it's probably at the point where it's going to stop heating, but also because it's not well insulated now, because I've taken it out of the casing, it's going to be not so good. Yeah, I'm not seeing. It's a standard oscillator module there, pictured. Does it have the other one? No, it's not the same one. It's a frequency doubler. There's a different version. Nah. No luck there. I don't think I'm going to find anything somehow. You don't use AI. Well, I don't use AI for anything else. It's just a Google search. It pops it up and there's an initial suggestion. And although you can't completely trust it, you have to use a bit of logic with it and think: does it actually make sense? Truly, a lot of times it is actually useful. But again, it depends on what garbage it finds on. You know, the AI is trained on whatever's online. If what's online is garbage, or some of it is garbage, that's what the AI is going to spew out to you. So, you know, you have to sort of analyse what you're seeing. There's a Vectron. Is there a Vectron one? I mean, yeah, it's replaceable if I can't fix it. Mauser, okay. That's the data sheet for this. That's a very small OCXO. That's the data sheet stuff. Let me just have a look, see if I can actually buy one of these things in case it's an option. I don't want to spend any money on this thing, so nah, not on DigiKey anyway. So you look at Mauser's web page rather than data sheet which it found. Do a search for that. Nope. I'll take the word Vectron out and see if that helps. No. So Mauser's got a data sheet for that device, but no listing for it. Let's look at AliExpress. I'm sure there's some fake ones on there. No. AliExpress has got some. $35. Ugh. In fact, that's not even the right frequency. That's 12.8 megahertz, the ones that's showing here. So no. I mean, I'm sure I'll get a 5 megahertz reference, you know, relatively easily. But I'd rather fix this thing. Frequency seems to have stabilised. Okay, we can go back and look at it now. Don't forget to lick the like button. Right, let's get back over here. And now the camera will turn off probably. So it's sitting at 5.0000212 megahertz. So, something. Now, first thing I'll do, I'm going to twiddle this adjustment and see what this does. Now, when I take this cover off, it's very likely to upset it. So, yeah, I'll let you know. Current has dropped down to 345 milliamps. So let's record video on this. So it's all stabilised now, even though it's not in ideal conditions. It's sitting at 5.0000212 megahertz, and current is 340 milliamps right now. Now, when I take this cover off, it's likely to upset it. I don't know how much of an effect it's going to have. We'll see. Unfortunately, I've got the air conditioning on, so I do have some drafts and stuff in this room, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, we'll take this off and adjust that trimmer and see what it does. Hoping to see a frequency shift. Nothing. Nothing. No frequency shift. I'm putting it back where it was. So it could be some kind of level control, or maybe it's a heater control adjustment. Could be for adjusting the temperature on the heater. It's possible. But that heater came back on again. and it is, yeah, I think the heater did trigger back on again, but that's probably because I took this off. But the frequency is still sitting at 212, so it's not bad. So yeah, we had the thing fixed, so it's actually working correctly. But then when I went to go and adjust the OCXO, I found I couldn't adjust it. I couldn't get it to the right frequency. So it's sitting high by 21 Hertz. And that's causing issues. So I need to adjust this a little bit. But it won't let me. So let's just try this again. Just in case something shifted by me moving things around. Of course, now I've got to try and find the screwdriver slots again. There we go. If I wind it all the way down, as far as it will go. Yeah, that's 5 point. Yeah, it's 20. Still basically 21 Hertz. And I've just lost the screwdriver slot again. Yeah, it's basically 21 Hertz out when it's fully in. I'll do the fine adjustment. Try to find that one. And wind that one all the way in. That's basically got down to 20 Hertz. So it's 20 Hertz out. I'll put this like a midpoint again. Yeah. Although now it's setting 16 Hertz out. I don't know why it shifted. That's also interesting, but it's still wrong. So yeah, something is wrong in here. Don't know what yet. The heater's working. I don't know what temperature it's setting at. I could probably find out. But then I don't know what temperature it should be either. Yeah. But it is stable. It is stabilised. Unless my clips come off. That's happened before. It's caught me out once before, because it doesn't update the counter once it actually stops, seeing a signal. Will just sit there. I'm definitely still connected up, so I think I'm still good. Yeah. So what is going on here? There could be a resistor gone out of value. I'd be thinking, okay, is that those carbon composite resistors? Could it be one of them? But there aren't any in here. I mean, not that style anyway. Not the brown ones, the dark brown ones, which are blocking, We've got the standard type. But not the ones which I would be worried about. So I'll leave that exposed. The heater is on. But the temperature is still stable. Frequency is still stable. And I don't physically see anything here which is of concern. So that's definitely interesting. I don't see anything burnt. Nothing looks like it's got excessively hot or warm or melted or anything like that. It's just wrong. Now, this doesn't mean this is fixable. It might just mean I have to think about outside the box. Dragging a frequency down on a crystal is relatively easy. All you've got to do is put a capacitor across it and it will pull it down. And it's really too high. So I could probably figure out what the crystal legs are, which is probably around there somewhere. I'll put the cover back on again now so I can't see. But if I can find out what the crystal legs are, I could literally just drag that down. Maybe I could measure, try putting extra capacitors across these trimmers and try and drag it down by adding more capacitance to those. Something like that. Let's try that. So I'm going to try playing with this a little bit and just see if I can drag the capacitance down, because it's definitely heating, it's hot, and it's doing what it's supposed to do. Obviously I've got the insulation off now, which is probably not good for it, but it's stabilised. So what I'm going to do is see if I can do something with trying to adjust the frequency here artificially. I want to see if I can trim it with capacitance. So I'm going to cover it back up again for now, so the heater's not working too hard. But I do want to trim it in some way. Let's just do this to try and protect it a little bit. Don't want the heater burning out or anything, that'd be really bad. Right now it's not unsalvageable, it can still be salvaged. I need to get it modified to make it work. But I can't see any reason for it not to be correct right now. Right. Okay, let's get some capacitors. What style shall I use? It wouldn't take much capacitance across that crystal. I'd have to figure out where the crystal leads are. I've got some dipped plastic ones, they're probably the best ones to go for. Let's get these out and dropping everything hopefully. What do I have here? Let's look at what the smallest one is. 10 picofarad looks like the smallest. Even that might be too much. These are high voltage caps as well. Maybe I won't use those ones. I'm not sure those are really going to be good enough. I might use standard ceramics. Okay. I think I would start at 10 picofarad as the highest value. In fact, I'll get 12. I'll get 12 out because it's got open legs. And I'm just going to basically poke around and try and stick this across wherever the crystal is. I'll try and identify the crystal legs and literally just poke this across them and see if that brings the frequency down to close to where we want it. Yeah. Let's go with this. Probably I'll try and find out which point on the board is where those are. Where are those crystal legs or the trimmers? I don't know. We'll try the trimmers first, eh? That's the first thing to get hold of. Just stick this across here. Not really having much effect there. Let's try another one. That dropped it down quite a bit. Not enough, but quite a bit. And that's going to cross that other trimmer over there. So I'm actually going to get some more. Let's go. Let's try this. Also, because I'm holding the capacitor, that's adding extra capacitance to it as well. So it's not ideal. Let's try 56. Heater's currently running flat out. between there and here. Okay, that's now only 10 hertz out. Better. If I just touch one side with that, with me holding a capacitor, that's dropped down by about 2 hertz by me holding a capacitor. So, okay, we're getting there. Let's go bigger. Let me just put these back on again, give the oven a bit of a break. Don't want to burn the heater out. Looks like that'd be a bit of a disaster. And this isn't really the right way of fixing it. Something is obviously wrong. Don't know what it is. It could be the crystal itself self-aged and it's just gradually drifted off. I'm just going to go to the toilet. I'll come right back. Sure? No. Yes, please. Right. Where's my solder iron gone? Oh, that's right, it's the first time. Okay. Let's try a 100 picofarad. Maybe one that's not been soldered before, so it doesn't have any old solder on it. Try to bridge leads. No, bent pins, great. Come on. That's 6 hertz high. 6 hertz. Okay, let's try 120. That's 100. What's that doing in here? So I'll use a small one, physically small. Right. No contact. Come on. Try not to touch the leads at the same time as I'm hold it, you know. That's still 6 hertz away. Leads are a lot bigger than that. Surprising, I thought it would be less than this, but I'm not going directly across the crystal, I'm going across a trimmer, so that's probably why. try 180. Yeah, it's 180. That was 4 hertz high. So it's junk, I should send it here. Yeah, could absolutely be it. Right. 270. Three hertz high. I think I'm getting to the point where I'm running out of options here. The actual effect is we're getting less and less. So what I might do is solder this one on, because that's only 3 hertz out, and then adjust the trimmers and see if I can get it on frequency. I didn't set the trimmers to the bottom end. They've got them slightly in the middle. I think that's where I left them. Go double check. Yep, they're not turned right down. They're roughly in the middle. So just turn the power off and solder this across there, and we'll see if that will do the job or not. If we're lucky, we will. Yeah, I don't know. We'll try it. We'll see how lucky we get. Right. Yeah, sure. So I'll do it that way around. I have turned the power off. Well, I pushed the button, so the power should be off. Double checking now. Should probably record video about this, shouldn't I? So I've been trying different capacitors across one of these trimmers here. I'm up to 270 picofarad. I'm going to shove this in, and then I'm going to see if I can adjust it down to frequency. It's getting really close. It's only like 3 hertz out with this one. So I'm going to see if this will be enough whilst not holding the capacitor, and also trying to adjust the trimmers to get it on frequency if I can. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for, is adjusting it to be on frequency. Get these wires out of the way, getting tangled up. Kind of want to bend this around so it's not going to touch anything. Try to do it as quick as I can, because it obviously needs to stabilise in temperature again, which will take a while. Power back on. Cover it back up again. Give it a chance to warm up, then we'll see what happens. See if I'm going in the right direction with this or not. Let him off again. That's good.
Some toast.
Oh, I've got some lunch turned up. The wife bought me lunch, which is good because it means I can let it warm up, and we'll see what we get. currently 18 hertz out. We'll see what happens when it warms up. Alright, I'm just going to get myself. Gotta wash my hands again, and I'll come back. And what I'll do is I'll change the camera view to the counter. You can see what the counter's doing. And it's restabilising. Give me something to look at. Whilst I'm eating my toast. I don't think you need to watch me eating toast, do you? Let's see what happens. What's he going to get down to? That is the question. Unfortunately, you're probably going to hear me eating toast. Now also, ceramic capacitors are quite temperature sensitive as well. So that capacitor itself may change in value with the heat of the oscillator. So it might take a little while to stabilise. But you can see now we're only 9 Hz out. And it's heading in the right direction. We'll see what it steps down and do. But I've still got some adjustment on there. I can actually reduce the frequency a little bit, because I didn't set them right down to the bottom. So I'm hoping that once it does stabilise, I can then tune it down to the right frequency. But we'll see. Yeah, some are better than others. I've got no idea what this one is. The one I put in it, I've got no idea. I'm not sure if it's a COG or an MPO. Well, it's 5 Hz out, it's getting closer. Obviously, we want to get this to exactly 5 megahertz. If we can't get it to exactly 5, then, you know, we're going to have to do some work on it. Looks like it's slowing down. Slowing down but looking promising. 2 Hz out. Well, not quite, but it's getting really close. One Hz out, not bad. Is it Hz or Hertz? When you get down to single digit. Is it 1 Hz or 1 Hertz? I think it's Hertz still, isn't it? Might have to shift a digit over. Oh, there you go, it's going up now. That's it, heater's finished heating. So now it's going to go back the other way. I'm not quite sure how much adjustment range I've got. I guess I'll find out. But I want to see it stop moving first, and I'll try and change it. We're really close to correct, and now it's gone back to 2 hertz out. So we'll see how we go when it stabilises. I think it's going to get to 3 hertz. It's just got that initial overshoot when it heats, and then it takes a while for the heat to soak through to the sensor, for the sensor to then react to the heat being at the set point, I suppose. I mean, it could be a NTC or PTC based system. I don't know which is in there. That could also be part of it as well, which is causing this variation. But you can see it's not changing by much now. It's stabilising. It is moving slower now. So it is almost stable. And once it gets there, I'll try adjusting it. And it's very nearly there, I think. It will do to a point, yes. It will. It's like a big oscillation, and as it gets more towards equilibrium, the oscillation reduces in amplitude. So it's always going to have this slight oscillation, but as the thermal mass is present and it reaches that equilibrium point, it will actually gradually stabilise and get better and better and better. But it's always going to have a slight oscillation there. It's how measurable that is, as you know, depending on other factors. You know, how small you want to go when you're looking at the numbers. So it will always fluctuate up and down very slightly, but part of it is the set point of the temperature. So the crystals have a natural point as well where they've got their own equilibrium. So it's not just the heater circuit, it's also the crystal. So what should normally be done is the heater circuit should be set to about the same point as the crystal. So the crystal is like a bell curve as well, where it will change in frequency quite rapidly, and as the temperature increases, and it'll get to a certain temperature and it will start to change by less, and then when you go past that point, it will start to accelerate again. So it will have like a natural point where it wants to be for its natural oscillation, and so ideally the temperature of the oscillator should be set to match that crystal where that happens to be. So yeah, that's that trimmer that's on the side. I think that trimmer on the side is setting that oven temperature. So it might be I need to increase the oven temperature and get it closer to that natural point. But you can see it's very close to stable now. And then it suddenly jumped in. That's interesting. Well, don't forget, right now it's not inside the metal can, so it's only got the frame around it. So it's only got insulation, which isn't draft proof because I've got drafts in this room for the air conditioning, and that will be making it take more time to stabilise and affecting the temperature. So once I put it back in the metal can, it'll be a little bit different again. It'll stabilise more effectively. Well, I think they're stable enough to try adjusting it. Let's see what we get. Right, that's where the thing's stabilised to, on the bench in pieces. Let's just try adjusting it and see if we can get the thing down to the right frequency. We may or may not get lucky. Let's see what we can do here. If I can get the slotted screwdriver into the slotted hole. Here we go. No, it came down a little bit, not enough. Let's do the other one. Yeah. That's my bottoming out the trimmer. So yeah, that's not really doing what I want. Still can't get it there. Now I've lost the other screw. Trying to get the slotted screwdriver in again. Come on, where's the trimmer gone? I can't even see the damn thing. Just take the cover off. Ignore those random counts where it's being disrupted by me moving things around. Yeah, so these trimmers aren't doing that much anymore now. I've put that big capacitor in there. They're not really helping much. They are doing some, but not a huge amount. I'm still not getting anywhere near close enough. So, let's try and set it around midpoint again on both of these trimmers, and we'll play with some more. I'll go get 3.5 hertz out of this thing. Well, that's what I might have to do, Chris, is put some across the actual crystal itself. I put it on the trimmer, and that's helped a little bit, but it's, you know, it's got it quite close. It's got it like 18 hertz down from where it was. But I might have to go onto the crystal itself because the trimmers don't seem to be doing enough. I could try putting some on the other trimmer as well. Let's just whack this across here. Although right now it's not under control, but it will see a shift anyway. I'll get it to connect. Just cut these leads down a bit, make it a bit easier to do. Not bending around over the place. Just try a random radio across this one, see if it does anything. Of course the lead's bent again. Half of this size because I'm holding the bloody capacitor as well, which should be upsetting it. Yeah. I mean, that's getting it down a couple more hertz with me holding the capacitor. I'm, what, 3.5 hertz out? I want to go down more than that. So let's just see where that bloody crystal leg is. I can't see where it is offhand. Unless I take that cover back off again. I'll take the cover back off again so I can see where that crystal leg was. Right. Yeah, because I do want to try and maintain adjustment on those trimmers, but the more capacitors I'm putting across those trimmers, the less effective they are. So, because obviously the capacitance of the trimmer itself becomes less in proportion. Let's turn the power back off. Just take the cover back off again, and as annoying as it is, take the cover back off again and try and figure out where those crystal legs are, because I can't see where they are from the other side of the board. I can't tell. I mean, putting it across the crystal was something was my first consideration, and I thought I'd just try going across the trimmers because it meant not taking the cover back off again. Well, yeah, you got to be careful. You can't put too much across the crystal because it will upset it. You can put some there, right? So I've done this many times on like CBs and stuff, and you have to be really careful because what it can actually do is drag down the oscillator and affect the oscillator itself and make it become potentially problematic. So that's why I can't find the crystal legs, because it's got those wires there. Alright, wires going down. I can see where they go to, because I like to put it back together again and work on it in piece, you know, one big piece. Old CBs, yeah. Doing like frequency offsets and things like that with them, various modifications. I think I can see where they go. Let's check. Yep, okay. These two here. So put a scratcher in there so I know which ones they are. Put a crystal across those. Let's put it back together again. You're not sure what these capacitors are I've got here. I mean, well, those two pads there are so close together, I could put a surface mount across it. But I don't want to do that unless I actually know what value I'm going to use. So, you know, that's not quite there yet. Get through the hole. And of course, the easiest way is just to get another 5 megahertz OCXO and drop it in. But I'm not going to spend any money on this thing. I'd rather just make it work and leave it at that. I mean, whatever I do on here to try and bring it back into frequency, that may last, 10 years, 20 years, who knows? Or it could last a month. Sort of thing I'd have to look at and just monitor it in a little bit and just leave it on for a little while and see if it comes right or not. Because it could be something else is drifting out of spec and that's causing the problem. But it could just be the crystal's aged. Crystals do age and do a shift in frequency. It's natural. That happens. But it could be that this isn't actually running at the right temperature. I mean, it does feel pretty hot. It does feel like in around the 50s. It does feel that kind of temperature. So I think the temperature's about right. Alright, let's get myself a small value crystal capacitor. And this one I won't be able to hold because it will definitely kill the oscillator, I reckon, if I'm holding it on at the time. Let's just get a small 10 picofarad. I want physically a small one. We'll tap that across that connection. Hopefully the wires don't fall out and I'll put it all back together. Maybe I can tap it somewhere else where it's not directly on the wires. Maybe I'll do that a bit safer. About there and there. Of course, now you've got this whole problem. We have to wait for it to stabilise again. Really going to get much heat out of it, am I? Not do that. Best I can do. Turn the power back on. Currently sitting 47 hertz high. That's not quite going in the right direction. If I can fold this down so I can get the bloody insulation on better. Don't know. Maybe a little bit better like that. .42 hertz down. Have to wait for it to stabilise again. .40 hertz. See, 40 hertz high. I think that's worse. May fixer. Yeah, quite a bit. So I'm working on a Recordana 9918 frequency counter. It's got an old thing. And it had a fault where the high frequencies wouldn't work properly because it's got multiple channels. Channel B wasn't working correctly. It kind of was, but when you get into higher frequencies, it wasn't behaving. Tracked that down, fixed that problem, put it back together again, fully reassembled it, and then I was going to adjust the OCXO to trim the frequency so it reads the correct frequency. That's when I discovered the OCXO wasn't working correctly. And that's what's currently sitting on the bench. That's the OCXO, uncontrolled crystal oscillator. So right now I'm trying to trim the OCXO to get it onto the correct frequency because it's a long way out. I can't see anything physically wrong with it. There's no obvious signs of burns or anything like that. The actual heater system's working, that kind of stuff. It's just wrong. So I think it's probably just a case of the crystal aging and things like that. So I'm just currently trying to work on it and get it so I can at least trim the OCXO to be the correct frequency. 460p and still lagging. Let me check mine. It's probably your end. I haven't dropped a single frame since I started the stream, so it's definitely your end. May need to reload YouTube and try again. Sometimes it helps. So right now I'm looking at the frequency this thing's generating because it's warming up, and I need to see if it stabilises to the correct frequency or very close to it to know whether or not what I'm doing right now is going to work. So I'll show you. Basically, I want it to say 5 with a whole bunch of zeros behind it. That's what we're aiming for. And so right now the heater is warming up and it's trying to get the crystal to the correct frequency or the correct temperature. And then once it reaches that, the heater will turn off. The frequency will stop decreasing and then it will start increasing as it all stabilizes, and then it will come up again. So it's close to the point where the heater should turn off. Ideally I want to see this go below 4, well below 5, into the 400s, or the 4 megahertz range I should say. I want to see it overshoot by hopefully 2 or 3 hertz. And then when it does stop heating and stabilizing, I should be able to get it on frequency. So I think this is shot over too far. This might be too much capacitance. Yeah, I mean, I could, no, I might even have a 5 megahertz crystal here somewhere, but then it might mean adjusting the whole bloody thing to suit it, you know. Then you've got to try and find the point on the crystal where that temperature is the flat point on the crystal curve, where it flattens out for the frequency for stability. That's what makes OCXO so good, is that they reach that point where the crystal frequency is a natural resonant point. So it's got like a flat point in its frequency response, I suppose. It flattens out. It gets less sensitive to temperature change, and that's where the oven temperature should be set. And you know, you only determine that by experimentation, by monitoring, whatever. So this is overshot by too much. This capacitor is too big, so I think I need to go to a smaller capacitor. So let's get something a little bit smaller than that one. I'll let it keep heating for now, still stabilising. So I'm going to get a different one, and I'll put in a 8 picofarad, and I'll put this one in properly with short leads, and we'll see what this one does for it. Turn the power off. I want to keep this off as short a time as possible because it minimises the time it takes for it to stabilise. Let's try this one. I'll probably find it go a little too far the other way. I hope not, but it could do. So to bear with me a minute. You may still see a frequency on a counter. That's just the way these counters work. They don't actually go to 0 when I finish heating, finish counting. I'm not looking at all what I'm doing, I'm just looking at what I'm soldering. So, you have to bear with me a little bit until I finish messing with this. Right. Cover this back up, turn it back on. Right. Let's see what this one does once it settles down again. Again, this takes a little while to settle back down. So I was trying to do it as quickly as I could. Hope it doesn't go quite as low. Yeah. Sounds like you've got a connection issue of some kind. Main board just arrived. Main board for what? So the previous capacitor was a 12 picofarad, and I've just put in an 8. So we'll see what happens with this one. So this is directly across the crystal, which I don't like to do if it's an alternative method, but yeah, I think I need to do that. Just want to see it stabilise, and then I can try tuning it again. But I may need to go even smaller than this. I might have to go to like even a couple of PGAF sometimes. A couple of picofarads, sometimes all you need. Sometimes it takes very little at all to change the frequency that the crystal's oscillating at. Right now it's overshooting by quite a lot, so I think I need to try trimming it now, actually. Let's just try trimming it a little bit now. I'm still thinking this is probably too small, too big a value. Yeah. Because I already round these adjustments out by a fair bit to try and get them more mid-range. So I'm not actually getting any better out of this. Not sure how far this can actually unscrew. I'm just trying that now. So 983 there. It's almost all the way out. I'll put it almost all the way in. So it's got a very limited range. So yeah, I think this capacitor is still too big. Let's go even smaller. It could be that one I put across the trimmer is too big as well. I might have to drop that one down. But I'd rather keep the capacitor one smaller first. Capacitor one, the crystal one smaller first. Right, let's get a 3 picofarad. Just prepare it before I take it all apart. Well, mission complete, yeah, it's going low enough, but now it's going too low. But I don't think I've got that other capacitor across the trimmer, which I may need to change. I may need to reduce that value. I might need to do a combination of both. But I'm going on a 3 picofarad across the crystal. I won't change it again, I'll just put 3 and leave it at that. If it's still not enough, or it's still overshooting too much, then I'll change the one I put across the trimmer. And that should then get us about right. But I want to try and get it adjusted so the trimmer's in the middle of a range. That's what I'm trying for. 23 degrees. Yes, that's not unusual. 23 degrees, it's not particularly warm. A month ago, it was like 32 degrees. And it's before summer. Right, turn the heats off. Well, heats off. Turn the power off. Take this capacitor back off again and swap it to another one. Right, let's try 3 picofarad. I'm trying to do as quickly as I can so it doesn't drop in temperature too much. So the power we got. Cover it back up. Snowing, yeah. So Ella, you in Glasgow as well, eh? Okay. So you're not too far from Ian Johnson either. He's in that area, in that region somewhere. Well, ish. Maybe he's on the other side. I can't remember. He's in Scotland anyway. It's close. Yeah, 20 degrees. Yeah. I mean, I used to live in London and north coast of Kent. I used to live there many years ago, and yeah, 25 degrees is like, wow, well, this is incredible. And now here, 25 degrees is like, yeah, that's a coolish summer's day. Getting high 20s, 28, 30 is quite normal. Right, so these back. I think I might need to change the other capacitor. We'll see what happens when it stabilises again. But it's still going down, so I think we're still not there yet. Okay, let's change that first one we put in. Yeah, I've got air conditioning. It's around, but not everybody has it. It doesn't get that hot here. It's not like Australia where it's almost a requirement. If you want to be comfortable, you'd have it. Yeah, air conditioning, heat pumps. What really are the heat pumps because they do heating and cooling. So a little bit heating in winter, cooling in summer. But yeah, I've got 3 air conditioners in the house. One for in this room, one for the bedroom, and one for the lounge. Yeah, that's definitely too low. Okay, let's change the other capacitor. The first one we put in. It's a 270. I shall make that a 180, I think. I'm going to put this one in properly. And the camera went off, because that's what it does. Back on, cover it back up. That's looking too low still, isn't it? Even though I've only just changed it. Nah, I think that's still too much. No, that's still too much. Okay, go down some more. So that's a 180. Which is good because it's getting us back to where I was hoping to be. With just a smaller value there. Okay. Let's do a let's try 68 picofarad. Let's try that. Okay, power off. Hold on. I'm trying to rush a little bit because the temperature doesn't drop too much. That's probably not helping much. How have we got? That's looking closer. Right. Cover it back up. Let it bake for a little bit. See how that goes. Like I said, I don't want it to overshoot too much. Because now I've put these adjustments kind of in the middle. So I want to overshoot a little bit, then we'll make up again and, well, shoot back up again a little bit. That might still be too much. We'll see how we go. But I'm glad it's only 68 picofarad now. That's much better values. Might still be too much. Don't forget, I originally thought I was only going to need like a 10 or something. I think it's still probably too much though. Let's see if I can get some adjustment out of this. Let's see what we get. Nothing from that one. Yeah, I think it's still too much. Yeah, I think that's too much. Okay, let's go smaller. Let's get something else. Of course, I could always go even smaller across the crystal. But 3 picofarad is not exactly much, so I'm not too worried about leaving that across there. Let's try 33 across here. Let's halve it. Maybe. Yeah, let's halve it. Power off. There we go. These adjustments aren't actually doing a lot either. They're very, very small adjustments. I've always got this capacitor across the trimmer. It's reducing the effect of the trimmer as well, so that's part of the problem. Getting close, yeah, getting close, but not close enough, I don't think. I think it's still too much. I may have to go smaller across the crystal. Let's try 10 picofarad. Yeah, that's right, add to each other, but because it's a ratio, right? So if you got a this is like a, I don't know what the actual capacitance is of this trimmer, but it might only be a 10 picofarad trimmer. So if you've got a 100 picofarad cap, that trimmer's only got a 10% influence. Whereas before, it had 100% influence. So the bigger the capacitor you put in there, the smaller the influence of that trimmer capacitor has. So that's what I'm meaning by that effect that's there. It might only be a couple of picofarad. I don't know what these trimmers actually are. Yep, still too much. Right. Oh, I should actually get this capacitor ready first before I do that. It's got 12s. I put a 12 in. I had a 12 here already, didn't I? Where's that one gone? I already used a 12 once. Where is it? Trying to get the same one again. Don't know. Lost it. Let's get another one. Maybe not that one. There you go, let's do this one. One out. Got 12 in. This one's a bit fiddly, it's a bit small. Okay, just got to make sure I'm not shorting across any tracks at the same time. So it takes a bit of time just adjusting it for that. Okay. How have they gone? Okay, 5 Hz high. That's maybe right. Yeah, I buy stuff from DigiKey, but it's DigiKey USA it comes from. I kind of order for DigiKey New Zealand site, but it always comes from the USA. So yes, we have DigiKey, but it comes from the US. Now I've got loads of caps. I've got loads and loads of them. Right. What drawers are these things, alright? Drawers of them. Different sizes. Shipping bad? No, actually, as long as I'm buying enough stuff, the shipping's free. So as long as I'm, not buying $10 worth of stuff, if I'm buying, I think it's $66 US or something, has to be, then I get free shipping. So that's what we have to do there. That's looking pretty close. Still overshooting though. So I'm still playing around with capacitor values on this thing, and it's being fun. So I put 3 picofarads directly across the crystal itself to try and get the crystal down by quite a bit, because I put quite large values across the trimmers inside it, and it wasn't getting it there. And also it meant the trimmers themselves had a very little effect, because they were then being basically proportioned down by the capacitors across them. So I put that 3 picofarad across the actual crystal, and now I'm just playing with different values now across the trimmer to see if I can get this right. The trimmer is not bottomed out or anything, it's around centre point right now. It looks like the heater's just turned off, and that's why the frequency is now going back up again. So I want to see this stabilise, and then I can see if I can trim it in. If I can trim it in, then great. If not, then I might have to play with this crystal trimmer a bit more. I might have to play with the capacitor a bit more that I've got across this trimmer. But that's looking pretty close. We'll see how it settles out, but that's looking pretty close. Overnight shipping. I wish I'd get overnight. DigiKey is fairly fast. So they sometimes they ship the same day, usually next day, but sometimes the same day, depends on when I order it, obviously. And it will usually arrive in like a week or so to me. Sometimes a bit less, mate. I think the best is like 4 days. I think I've had, but that's pretty good considering it's international. But they're still way faster than places like RS or Element 14. So I've had times where I ordered stuff from RS and it's taken a month to arrive, even though it showed as being in stock. Element 14, 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks is pretty typical. So DigiKey is by far the fastest out of all the ones I've used. So yeah, it's I tend to go there as my first choice now. I've had so many issues with Element 14 and RS components. You know, saying stuff's in stock, then you could buy it. You know, go to buy the things and it's oh no, actually we haven't got them after all. It's like, well, yeah, the website said you got 500 in stock or something. You know, it's like, where are they? You know, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's just frustrating. You buy things thinking, okay, I'm going to get it, and then it can take weeks and weeks to arrive sometimes. I think I purchased. It's one time I had a package turn up from RS. And it was like a year after I purchased it. It took a year for them to actually process the thing and send it. And it'd been so long, I actually completely forgotten about it. This thing turned up, I thought, what the hell is this? I didn't buy anything. And then I realised, looked at the invoice, and I went back and checked, and it's like a year ago when I purchased these things. So yeah. That's looking pretty damn close. That's stabilising to there. I'm tempted to put it back into the casing. Just put it back in the casing. I should put it back in the right way around. Okay, put the end cap back on again. We're sitting out there. Now we're sitting, probably disturbing it a bit too much. Anyway, put the end cap back on. And we'll leave it sitting like that and see what happens. Ship it. It's looking very close. Let's try adjusting it. Okay. It's jumping a lot when I put the screwdriver in there, which is unsurprising. I can trim it. I can trim it. Yeah, I need a blonde one, eh? Yeah. Okay, smack some screws back in this. Seal it all back up again. It's looking very promising. In fact, the trimmers are working well enough. Yeah, that's looking really good. Let's record some video. So this is looking very promising. As you can see, I've put the thing back into the housing, the actual OCXO housing, not the actual main unit, obviously. And I've just given a little bit of a trim, and it's looking like it's there. Now, obviously, I won't know for sure once I've finished putting it back together and put it back into the actual unit itself, because that may affect the temperatures a little bit as well and how it's sitting. But it looks like we're there. It's in adjustment range, so it can be trimmed. So that's looking very good. Yeah, I think we're there. That's looking stabilised. Oh, shifted a bit then. It's looking like it's stabilising, so that's all right. There may be some odd jumps as well, because I do have Wi-Fi in here and things like that. It could be affecting it as well slightly. Could pick up some interference. But generally, that's looking certainly good enough for what I need to do. I reckon I'll put it back in. So, I originally started out with, was it 10 picofarad or 12 picofarad? The very first capacitor I tried in there. And that was not good enough. Then we also did a crystal. If I'd have done a crystal really early on, then that could have probably saved a bit of time, but we didn't really know what we were dealing with at the time, did we? So I can't really say, oh yeah, it would have solved it. Because it probably would have done. Alright, let's just get myself adjusted here. Got this foam dust everywhere. Gotta take a bit of cleaning afterwards. Absolutely is. So the problem with this old foam, it does that. It's very messy. I've seen equipment before where the foam was just completely gone. It just turned to dust inside the equipment. So I should solder this in first whilst it's easier to access. So, a bit of fresh solder. Actually, I'll change the camera around, give you guys something to look at. I'm going to solder this thing back in again now. So I'm just going to put a little fresh solder on his posts that these things solder onto, just to make it a little bit easier to get them going. Might need slightly more heat, but come on, a little bit low actually. That's better. So white wire goes in the top. Like that. Black wire in the middle. I'm really surprised these aren't twisted actually. And red in the bottom. Okay, fold it back in. There's a screw hole there somewhere. Can't hold on to that thing. Where is it? There's one. Okay. Let's power this thing back up again and we'll retest for the OCXO and the rubidium standard and see how we go with that now. Right, power that up. Can't find a hole, yeah. And then we need to power this up with this. Channel 3. I think I configured for this. Looking better already. And it just jumped. Why did it jump? That's alright. It goes up in frequency as it warms up. This one does, because it's the divider system. That jumping's interesting though. Oh, of course. It's rubidium. It's tuning itself. That's why it's jumping. That's what they do. They sort of jump up and down between frequencies. It seeks, so it goes up and down, up and down, up and down, until it like finds a lock point. So seeing this jumping up and down like that is completely normal for rubidium. That's fine. Whilst it's warming up, once it stabilises, then it'll be like locked on. And you may see a slight variance there as it does do like fine tuning over time as well. So we'll see what we get with this once it settles. What I'll do is come out here. I'll tuck this under there so you can see it. There you go. Kind of works, doesn't it? Might just work. So when that green light comes on, that's when it's locked. So I've got it hooked up to rubidium now. Just waiting for the rubidium to warm up and stabilise. It will take a little while. When that green light comes on, it'll be locked. Thereabouts. It's still got some small tuning steps it does. It's like fine tuning whilst it's running. It does take a little while to stabilise fully. But right now, it's looking reasonable. You'll see this jumping up and down as rubidium's tuning itself. It's quite normal. But once it's done, then we can wait for everything to warm up and I can adjust it again. And hopefully then it'll be okay. We shall see. There you go. So rubidium tuning itself back up again. Green lights just come on. So as far as the rubidium goes, it thinks it's locked. So that's looking pretty good. Everything still needs to warm up fully though. So I might actually put the cover on this as well and get this fully up to temperature. But I should be able to tune this in now with a bit of luck. Let's put the top cover back on. Do you think it's going to jinx it again? Not bad. Not bad. Some videos currently got a 10-second gate time, so. But if I didn't have that, all you would see is zeros. We will do now. Doing rounding. So don't forget my Rack Ordano 1992 is only running off an OCXO as well, so that isn't perfectly tuned. So although we got exactly 5 megahertz on that, it could be very slightly off. I could also compare that with my rubidium to see what we get in there, but or plug the rubidium into it even and you run it off that. But if you tune this for 10 megahertz on here off the rubidium, then we can be confident this is tuned correctly. Yeah, it's stabilising quite nicely, isn't it? I know my 1992 is very close, at least it used to be very close. I don't use it very often. Yeah. It's not bad, is it? pretty happy with that. Yeah, it's a bit messing around. I mean, it would be nice to know exactly why the OCXO was off. But 3 picofarad across the crystal seemed to have the biggest effect there. And it could just be crystal aging. It could just be that. You know, drifted out over the years and ran out of adjustment, and nobody wanted to try and fix that adjustment issue. And just put up with the fact that it's slightly off. You know, it wouldn't surprise me. This is 40 years old, so the crystal's aged. So, you know. Well, this is looking pretty promising. It's hovering around this number here now. It's still drifting downwards very, very slowly. But I think that's basically bang on now. I'm pretty happy with that number, 10 megahertz from the rubidium there. Oh, drifted down a little bit. Oh no, lost the zeros now. But I haven't adjusted this. I adjusted the OCXO on the bench and I had the thing out to my 1992 counter up there, and even that wasn't precise. It's about there, and then we dropped it in, and it's looking really good. I think that's probably good enough to be happy with, really. I might leave it on for like an hour or so and then just tweak it a little bit if I need to, but I think that's probably good enough. Sometimes it's showing a 1, sometimes showing 9s. Yeah. Might leave it there. We'll see what happens. Victory beer. Well, hey, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I could have a beer. It is summertime, and it is a weekend. Yeah, okay. That's cool. But I think letting it warm up for an hour and then giving it a bit of a tweak then after it's had that full stabilisation time, if it even needs it, then I'll be, I mean, even as it is right now, I'll be happy with that. That's certainly close enough. But yeah. 7 PM winter time, we can still have a beer. It's 7 PM, it's alright. Okay, I think I should do an outro for this video, seeing as it seems to be done. Well, I'm happy with that. It's looking really good. I'm going to let it stabilise for an hour, maybe a bit longer. I'll leave it on for a while and see what ends up tweaking up to in the end. But it might even stay where it is now. It's looking really stable now. So that's looking promising. So if you like that repair video, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to help me buy equipment to do videos about a bit like this, there's a Patreon support link over there. Click on that. You come on Patreon. You can donate just as little as a couple of dollars a month. That's all it could be. A couple of dollars a month. And that helps me to buy equipment to do videos about. And when you become a Patreon, you get the benefits of, when I do a repair like this, I'd include the service manual with it, and things like that, and the Patreon information. I link the files in. If I've got firmware, I'll attach the firmware, that sort of thing, you know. Those are the sorts of things I do to give little perks to the Patreon. So if you've got something like this and you need help fixing it, and I've done a video about it, there's a good chance that it's on Patreon and the files you need are there. Anyway, happy with this. Other videos to watch down below too if you want to check those out. Catch you later. Yeah, so that's that. That's the outro done. I'm happy with that. That's looking really good. Yeah, brilliant. I'm just going to leave that running for a bit. Turn some of the lights off. Don't need that many on now. Turn that off. Turn that off. I don't think I'm going to fix anything else today. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, here we go. And I've run out of things to drink. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up as well, if you like that. Right. Oh, so I found my geocaches today. Logbook too wet to sign. Okay, right. I need to go and sort my geocache out. It's apparently a bit wet. Okay, no worries. Thanks for hanging around, B-Blog. Can't say. And my throat's going too, so I'm thinking I should be quitting anyway. But hey, we choose something. We got that thing fixed. 2 faults, not just one, but 2 faults. So that was good. Double whammy. Excellent. 2 a.m. Sunday. Oh, you should definitely go to bed. Mind you, I went to bed at 2 o'clock myself as well, so, 2 o'clock this morning, like, I don't know, 4 hours sleep, something like that. I feel alright, strangely, but yeah. That's still sitting at 10 megahertz. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm going to leave that sitting there for a while, and I'll tweak if I need to. So I'm going to call it a day. Go and get a cup of coffee and stuff like that, and leave this thing running for a bit. So thanks everyone for dropping by. Hope you enjoyed it all, and I'll catch you whenever. Yeah, I don't know when the next live stream will be. I've got lots of work coming up next few months. I'm really, really busy, so I don't know when the next stream will be. We'll see. So we'll see how we go. Thanks everyone. I'll catch you later. And I'll do this. I'll do this one. Here you go. Big face.